Hello, everyone, and welcome to my commentary on Devil May Cry 5. This is going to be very similar to my Devil May Cry 4 commentary. If you haven't seen that, I would recommend watching it first. However, I will most likely be repeating a lot of the stuff in that commentary here. The idea is I'm just gonna basically spill my thoughts over an entire playthrough of Dante Must Die S ranks on Devil May Cry 5. Story's gonna be in there, so I'm gonna shut up during the cutscenes, let those play unless I have something to say. Otherwise, mostly just gonna be talking about the gameplay, my thoughts on the gameplay, and yeah. Thanks for clicking on the video. Hope you enjoy it.
We've known each other a long time. You never had this much trouble. You gonna make it through this, Dante?
What am I doing wasting my time here? He's got this. You should not underestimate this demon. After all, it was he who took your right arm and gained a great deal of power from it. I'm leaving. I suggest you do not fall behind. Okay, V. You're an interesting guy, but you're right. I've got a score to settle with that son of a bitch.
Alright, so right off the bat, I want to talk about the decision to start the game as Nero here and continue as Nero for the first half of the game, other than the odd V mission. And it's a decision that I'm curious whether they would have still gone with had they started developing Devil May Cry 5 right after the fourth game came out. Because if you don't remember, when Devil May Cry 4 first came out, fan reaction to Nero was not all that positive. People didn't really like him that much. But over the years, and I think especially with the comparison to the DMC reboot coming out, people really came around to him. People realized after experiencing Dante and Virgin's adventures that Nero's actually not that bad. I personally I've always really enjoyed Nero, but it took some people some time to get there, and that's fine. I understand. He's definitely a little different than Dante. And I guess on that note, I really do appreciate the lengths to which they went to differentiate Nero to Dante a bit more in this game. First off, you start with his short hair, which I think really suits him. At first, when I saw it in the E3 trailer, I wasn't a huge fan of it. I felt it looked a bit too much like the reboot, and I am curious in hindsight whether that was on purpose, whether they wanted to trick people, thinking that it was going to be a reboot sequel and then have it end up being 5.
Trust you.
I know that Itsuno supposedly does actually like the DMC remake, but I'm not sure I fully believe that, I gotta be honest. I think he's just being much more polite than Ninja Theory was about old school Dante, but whatever, that's just my own speculation. So here, this is interesting. In the very first, in the first two encounters, I guess I should say, we already have two new enemies introduced. We have the Impusas and these healing Impusas. Oh, okay. I should mention that right there. You saw me pause the game there. I did not mean to pause. Basically, the deal is, I use a PS4 controller to play these games. And for whatever reason, I've gone into my controller configuration and set the touchpad to be a single button. I've manually set it to be a single button that is only the select button, aka the taunt button. But for whatever reason, sometimes when I press it to taunt, it'll pause the game. I don't know what that's about. But yeah, now here, this enemy isn't actually here on the default difficulties. This is a Son of Spartan up thing. This is the... We're gonna have the names come up later in the introductory cutscenes, which is very nice for lazy commentators such as myself, who doesn't want to research the names. I think it's the Queen Impusa. But anyways, this is really... This brings me already into my first sort of complaint about this game. And it's the fact that a lot of these enemies are not super interesting to fight, and this carries on to a lot of the bosses too. They're not very interesting to fight, they just have a ton of health. Like, look at this. This is... Like, she's not really moving around at all. She's not really doing any interesting attacks. She's just kind of standing there as I wail on her. Every once in a while she jumps around. And if she does hit you, she takes off like at least a quarter of your health or so. But it's pretty easy, especially as Nero, to get away from her. So it's just, it's not interesting. It's boring. I don't really understand it. I think that generally speaking, the enemy design in Devil May Cry 4 was much stronger. You had much more interesting enemies that could be difficult to fight if you didn't learn them. This enemy isn't difficult to fight. It's just a battle of attrition, really. And I'm going to be harping on that point quite a bit throughout this commentary, I'm sure, because that is probably my biggest complaint about this game. This otherwise fantastic game, don't get me wrong. Like as much as I will be complaining about a lot of stuff in this game, I do love the game.
Hey, thought you took off. Do you not understand? We cannot hope to do this without you.
That's all right, superstar. Go on with your bad stuff. Go ahead. We got this.
Alright, so here we just got a few enemies to take care of. You don't actually have to take care of these guys. And normally if you were struggling for rank at all, you're going to want to probably avoid all your optional fights, but I'm doing pretty good on my rank, so, or on my stylish points I should say, so I figured why not have some fun. And I guess I'll take that as an opportunity to say I was super excited to record this gameplay because I had just I hadn't really played this game much since it came out, but before recording all this, I went ahead and got all the trophies I still needed to get. I got all my S ranks and all the difficulties. I did the Buddy Palace with everybody. Did all that. I've been playing for like 60 hours the past 2 weeks, Steam says, which is insane. So I was so excited. I was like, damn, I'm not rusty at all. I'm gonna play so well, and I'm playing pretty well here. But later on, I'm gonna be not quite as good, to say the least. Yeah, it's the commentator's curse, I guess. As soon as the camera gets on, you get a bit of a stage fright. And it certainly doesn't help that I recorded all this in one session straight. So the later we get into the video, the worse I'm gonna be playing.
Looks like this won't be a total waste of time after all. Hey, jackass! Did your mother ever teach you it's not nice to steal? Sorry, Dante. I'm back in this bitch.
Alright, so here's our first boss, I guess you could say. And this is... Everybody, I haven't heard anybody defend this. I don't think anybody likes this. How the fact that Devil May Cry 5 has not one, but I want to say at least 3 instances of fighting Urizen where you're just supposed to lose. And yes, you can beat him, but the idea is that you're gonna lose, and that's just very not Devil May Cry to me. That would be something you'd find in a lesser game, a lesser series than Devil May Cry. So the fact that it is in here, I don't like it. And it's funny, I actually am trying pretty hard. I figured I'd, whatever, you know, fight him until I naturally die and then just let it go. Make the video look a bit more entertaining. But I actually come pretty close to beating him, so eventually I just decide to stand in place and die so that I could have the normal cutscene play. So it is very winnable for sure. And if there's any and if you're struggling at all on mission 8, oh, I guess mission 8's harder. I was gonna say beat him then, but this is really the only mission where it's very feasible to beat him, because on mission 8 you have the second round you have to go with as Nero. In mission 10 there's a time limit. So, and yeah, you see, once you break that crystal, there's so much damage. I'll talk more about the crystal and why I don't like it later, because I think we're getting pretty close to the end of this mission here. And yeah, right there I was like, ooh, I better just die to let the cutscene play. But yeah, that's the prologue, basically. I think it's overall a successful way to introduce the game, but the next mission is going to be much stronger.
This is it! This is the end! It's all over!
Round 2.
Get her out of here! This is a bad move!
I can still fight.
Go! You're just dead weight!
Back up. Come on. Let go. We must leave here. Far stronger than we ever could have imagined. Bastard called me dead weight, but he come all this way for nothing. Stop hitting yourself and think of ways to get stronger and actually help. If Dante loses, you're all that can defeat Urizen. Is that what you call him? Yes. Urizen, the Demon King. That's the name of the demon that took your arm.
Dante? Where's Dante?
He's buying time, but it doesn't look good.
This can't be happening. Dante lost.
Forget it. There's nothing we can do. We must go.
Redgrave and its surrounding cities have ceased to function as a result of the mysterious tree that apparently attacked the city approximately 1 month ago. In light of this incident, the government...
They're demons! I've seen it with my own eyes! Redgrave is completely taken over!
Let us pray for mercy. This is a trial from the heavens above.
Same crap, different day. So, tell me,
Tell you what,
how does it feel to be rescuing the guy that killed your father?
hey, I'm glad we're getting personal. Well, he abandoned my mother and I and left us for dead. I feel nothing.
Well, he's not exactly going up for Father of the Year award now, is he?
His research wasn't half bad. Came in handy. Mildly thankful for that.
They have to do that in here. It already smells like ass.
That's you.
Hey, Nico!
Don't lose your tits. I see him.
Hey, you have to hit every single bump in the road? Gonna ruin my groove.
like you need a hug, but you're not gonna get one from me. Better get lost.
Hey, who are you? Hey, you're gonna get yourself killed!
Don't crap yourself. He likes to kill demon things. Let him do his thing.
You hear what I said, you dumb one-armed son of a bitch? You're gonna die!
Cheer up, crew cut. You taking notes? All right. Time to kick some ass.
Oh man, I don't even. If you're one of the fans that were waiting 10 years for this game like me, I don't even have to tell you how elated you probably felt during that van flip scene. That's when you knew Devil May Cry was back.
Yeah, he's a real pro at smacking demons around. That's why I built him that well-functioning arm. To kick demon ass. Hey, Psycho! Watch the merchandise!
Hey, stop bitching and take cover.
So we just got introduced to Nico. Nico's a character that rides a very thin line for me between being fun and entertaining and being very annoying. Overall, I think she just barely stays on that fun side. And overall, I do enjoy her being in the game, her addition, I should say. I think she's a good character. I was very concerned when I first saw her in the trailer, because the way they introduced her in the trailer was bizarre. But she turned out to be pretty good. And it's interesting to me how vague they are about who her father is. Her father is Agnes from Devil May Cry 4. And I can't decide whether it's a good idea or a bad idea for them to be as vague as they are, because I know that it's I believe it's revealed in the prequel comic or prequel manga, whatever you'd call it. I haven't read it, but I believe that's where it's revealed. So part of me is a little suspicious that they are purposely vague about certain things in order to sell that more. But I think in reality, it's because they're taking a more realistic writing approach. You know, they don't have to mention Agnes by name because Nero obviously would already know that, even if the audience doesn't. And they do stuff like that a few times later in the game, and overall, I don't think they leave out anything too important to the story that you would have to find in the comic. I think overall, what you need to know is here. And yeah, I guess this is where we get introduced to the Devil Breakers as well. The Devil Breakers were something I was very skeptical of when they first announced them, especially because you have to buy them with red orbs. But I actually do enjoy their inclusion. There's not a whole lot of them, and overall their effects are pretty minimal, but if you know how to use them, they can be pretty good. Like Gerbera here is probably my favorite because it just adds a bit more mobility to Nero. Which I know lots of people will say that Nero doesn't have a whole lot of mobility, but I find even Devil May Cry 4, I'm pretty good at just flying across the stadium with him. So that's something I'd have to disagree with people on. I think he already had a lot of mobility, but Gerbera adds that extra little bit that he needs. And it's a lot of fun to, you know, have some enemies in there, fly around with Gerbera, air taunt, you know, it really opens up a lot of room for style. I'm not going to be using every single Devil Breaker in this video. I'm going to be using Gerbera, the Devil Bringer, the Devil Breaker, I guess, the grab Devil Breaker. I don't know what else to call it. I'm gonna be using Ragtime, and I'm gonna be using Helter Skelter. And yeah, so I'm not gonna be using Punchline or whatever the other ones are. I don't really remember. I like the fact that the pre-order Devil Breakers aren't super useful because it eliminates that pay-to-win concern that some people might have.
What a lovely house plant. Now I get it. Who brought the marshmallows? 'Cause I'm bringing the fire.
So if the Queen Empusa was a good example of the problem with the enemy design in this game, then this is a perfect example for the problem with the boss design in this game. So this boss is just a red blob that you attack, and every once in a while one of those tentacles will give a very obviously told, or very obviously telegraphed, I should say, swing at you. And that's about it. That's all there is to this boss. And I really don't know why the bosses are like that in this game. The only thing I can think of is because, same with the enemies, they all need to be designed to be fought by 3 different characters with very different play styles. And I guess they did do a good job at that because none of the bosses feel weird to fight as any of the characters. So I guess that's pretty commendable in its own way. But even so, I would have preferred some more character-exclusive bosses if it meant we could have some more interesting fights. That's just my opinion anyways. And there are certainly interesting boss fights in this game, don't get me wrong. Cerberus is probably one of my favorites. It's one that I didn't really care for the first time I fought it, but once I learned how to fight Cerberus, I really enjoyed it. And that's a boss that actually does have a huge health pool as well. But there's easier ways if you know how, or if you know about them, I should say. There's easier ways to knock down his health, whereas with something like this, it's Battle of Attrition. You just gotta swing away, shoot, you know, grab it when you can, but it doesn't take too long at least.
Hey, tough guy. That'll keep him, but not for long.
What do you mean?
Soldier Boy said city's gone to hell and back, taken over by the underworld. Not just here, but everywhere.
Yamato did this.
Why do I feel like your pet mechanic? Don't get used to it.
Nico, I showed you those order docs. So you still owe me, remember?
Hey, you two! Dinner's ready!
Be right there! Hey, why don't you go ahead? I'm gonna finish up here.
I'll try to save you some. Not.
You need something? What is it? You hungry? Well, you're in luck, pal, 'cause food's ready and Kitty A always makes too much. Hope you like loud talkers too, 'cause got a pair of those upstairs. You see something you like? What the hell? You a demon?
Nero, the food's getting
Killian, get back inside now!
I'm taking this back.
He's waiting for us up ahead. Try not to get us killed on the way there.
That's it. No more wheels from here.
Alright, guess I'm walking then.
Yo, yo, yo. Check it out.
What? And this is?
From Morrison. I think it's his manifesto.
Hey, we doing this or what?
I'm waiting on you. I'm cooking. Any special orders?
Well, I remember first seeing that scene of Nero getting his arm taken, and I was a little too nervous to get my hopes up that it was Virgil. I remember this whole game I was waiting for his name to be said before I actually, accepted that he was in the game because I didn't want to be disappointed. But yeah, anyways, this is our first real mission, I guess. Because, Prologue and then Mission 1 are both just super short. This was also the mission that was released as a demo quite a while before the game came out. So I'm sure most people, myself included, are a little tired of this level. They probably played it for hours and hours and hours. But one thing I can commend them for is they did leave a huge chunk of it out in the demo. So I think that was the right place, and so there was still new stuff to discover when the game actually came out. Now, as far as first missions in the DMC games go, this one it's not bad. I don't think it's as good as the first, or I guess I should say Mission 2. It's not as good as Mission 2 in DMC 4. Mostly because the fact that it's a little long, in my opinion, and that's sort of a trend we're gonna see for the rest of this game. Is a lot of the missions are a little too long for DMC missions, which I think that might be a consequence of maybe the series being modernized a bit, would be my guess. I'm not too sure. And combining the length of the missions with the way the style system works in this game is it sort of compounds the problem, I should say. Because the styler system is based on an average style of all your fights throughout the level, whereas in the past it was based on like total accumulated style points. And some of the missions you'll see, and I'll talk more about it when we get to them, some of the missions are just fucking broken in terms of the style points. That's sort of all there is to say about it. It's broken. But most of them aren't too bad. I also really enjoyed the amount of optional fights they add in this game. I most of them I'm going to be avoiding because I'm going for the S ranks, and I don't want to risk lowering my style average. But it's nice for those who just want a bit more fighting. I guess actually I'll wait for the next cutscene to talk about that thought. But the next cutscene is going to introduce I believe they're called the Hellcane enemies, which is sort of they're a returning enemy. They're the fodder enemy, I guess, from DMC 3. And in terms of function, they don't really do anything that different than the Impusas. I think I'm pronouncing that right. It always sounds weird when I say it, but they're not really any different functionally from them. But they do add some nice flavor, and it's nice to see them return from DMC 3. There's actually a lot of enemies that are returning from the previous games, which I think was a good touch. Fan service often gets sort of looked down upon You know, I'm one of the few people that just loves the shit out of Metal Gear Solid 4 and will say it's as good, if not better, than even MGS1. Because I like me some fan service. Sometimes it's executed a little bad, but I think here it's executed really well. But yeah, the other thought I had that I was gonna say is it is just the fact that this game exists alone it's a miracle, honestly. How many properties get rebooted and then return to the original timeline? Because I can't think of any other ones. Like, I mean, obviously I haven't played every single game, I haven't seen every single movie, I haven't, you know, I can only speak from my personal experience, but this is the only one I can think of. So the fact that it exists alone is a miracle. But then you actually play the game, and you realize that they have not sacrificed any of the gamey qualities that the games have had. They did not do what God of War did, which is completely sacrifice its identity to appease the critics. You know, it plays like a PS2 game with modern day graphics. That's really how I can put it. And I absolutely adore that. So it exists. It plays exactly as it should, and it looks incredible. Running on the RE engine, it looks incredible, and even on consoles, it runs at a 60 FPS standard. Like, that's insane. You know, we're used to these character action games looking like, you know, Bayonetta, which Bayonetta is not a bad-looking game by any means, but it's very obviously has a much lower budget than a game like this, and that's just kind of what you have to accept being a fan of these games in this day and age, is because since they don't sell that well, they don't have the highest budgets. But Capcom clearly had a lot of confidence in Itsuno and his team on this, and I couldn't be more thankful for this game. You know, I already have been quite hard on it, and I'm gonna be harder on it still, because there are quite a few design choices that I just fundamentally disagree with. But don't mistake that for anything other than absolute adoration for this game. I love this game. I love this series, and I'm so happy it's back. And here's a decent way to introduce the, I guess, big air quotes, puzzles for this game, which are mostly just going to be the Needhog hatchlings there. I think it's a decent way to, you know, you present the solution and the problem in the same room right next to each other, then the player's going to obviously right away know exactly what that means, and I think it's a decent way to introduce it. Something I don't care for is there's a few fights. Well, off the top of my head, I think there's a few fights that take place in really small rooms like this, and I think it's a decent way to change up the gameplay, because this is very uncommon for the series. I'm glad it's not overused, though. I'm glad that most of the fights take place in nice open areas, and this is a really good. What I should have done is shown off the Gerbera breaker move, because it works really well in small areas like this. It really likes to jump around against the walls and stuff, but I think that might be why some of these fights are in here, to really take advantage of Nero's breakers. And there you go.
This again.
I also really enjoy, sort of just a random thought that came to me. I really enjoy the changes they made to Blue Rose, because although I think the charge shot, at least, I don't have any numbers to back this up, but my feeling is that it's more powerful in DMC4. But I do like that they added in the color up ability, which is just sort of where you, instead of holding the button, you tap it, and that expends those 3 bullets you see up there by his health bar. And it's nice for a couple reasons. For one, for people that don't know how to charge the gun, maybe they never changed their gun to the R2 button, or they've tried it and they don't like it. It makes the gun not useless, whereas in DMC4, if you didn't change your gun to the trigger, it was pretty much useless. And for someone like myself who does take advantage of the charge shot, it just adds some more flair you can do. You know, you let go of that charge shot and then you fire off a couple more times. It's nothing major, don't get me wrong. But it's nice to have. It doesn't take away from anything, and that to me is the key behind a good addition to gameplay, especially in a game like this that is so technical, is as long as it doesn't take away from anything, then I don't see any problem with it. That's sort of how I feel about the breakers too. I don't really use the breakers all that much, but because the Devil Bringer is in this game and you can just play it like DMC4 if you want to, then the breakers certainly don't take away from much. I guess this is the first mission where we get Nero's theme, Devil Trigger, and I want to talk about the dynamic music system that goes along with the ranking, and that is actually a feature that was taken from the reboot. And as much as I do not like the reboot, I gotta say, good on them for coming up with that, because it's awesome. It's kind of weird though how in this game, a lot of the time the characters' battle music doesn't play, it's some other song. I don't really know why that is. Like, obviously they have their reasons for overriding it with other music. I wish I knew exactly what the deal was. Because most of the time I'd rather just hear their music. And that's a really fun fight. I love that fight. That was my favorite fight in the demo by far, and glad to see it's still intact. Yeah, this city is beautiful, by the way. I know I already talked about how beautiful this game is, and I'm probably going to be gushing more about it as we go on, but yeah, this city is absolutely beautiful. I wish we had more levels taking place out here. It's definitely a bit of a nicer locale than the Qliphotht, at least in my opinion. But Qliphoth's not bad by any means. And if you saw my DMC4 commentary, you would know that to me the level design isn't that important in these games. You know, obviously the better it is, then, well, the better it is. But overall, to me, the levels are just a way to interrupt your sequences, or interrupt's the wrong word. It's to break up your fights. So, you know, if they can make the walk from fight to fight interesting, then that's great. But if they can't, then, you know, whatever. I'm here for the fighting. I'm not here for Legend of Zelda style dungeons or anything like that. And I think most people are probably similar to me in that respect. And now you're gonna actually see me in a moment here. I'm gonna skip over a fight, and there's actually quite a few skips in this game, pretty easy skips to do to skip fights, and one of them I'm actually going to fail. I'll point that out when we get to that mission. I think that's mission 9. And one of them I decided to, instead of skipping a fight, I decided to add that fight in and do it, because I found that for some reason that fight actually helps my style average out, whereas normally adding more fights it would just lower it. But I'll point them out when we get to it. And oh, I suppose I should talk about it, but yeah, the skip was I just jumped over as that ground caves in. You're supposed to fall in, and it introduces a new enemy, but I just Garbaraed and air taunted away and got over it, and then yeah, skipped that fight, and thanks to the style average system, it doesn't hurt my rank.
Somebody call a doctor?
I wasn't expecting any survivors.
Sorry to disappoint you. Hey, you happen to see a guy around here? About this big, uses a cane? I was supposed to meet him. Did you snack on him?
Your blood is a very precious sacrifice. Eating you would do me no good. I must have every last drop to rule the underworld as king.
King? You?
guy and all, but you seem more like a knuckle-scrapping fart in the wind than anything else. No offense. Cool trick. Hey, do you do parties?
And here's the second MMO boss of the game, Goliath. Goliath is definitely better than the that red dot from the last mission. I don't even remember what it's called. But he's certainly no Burial or anything. He just sort of swings at you, very easy to dodge his attacks, and he has a pretty big health pool. And it gets even worse when he devil triggers. Now, he's an interesting boss simply because of his arena, and how, at least as far as I can remember, it's the only dynamic arena for any boss in the whole, or any fight in general, really, in the whole series. And, I think it's a neat idea. I think it's neat and it works for this fight. That being said, I'm glad they only did it in this fight, especially because Burial is such a simple fight. I think this is a good fight to do it on. Because if you were dodging, you know, all this rubble falling everywhere, getting knocked away in a very complex fight like Virgil, for example, or even Cavalier Angelo, I think it'd be a bit much. But for a boss that like this, that's simple enough to read and to react to, it's not bad, and it's certainly interesting. The only other instance of a dynamic arena I can think of is I guess if you want to consider the cages that fall during Beowulf's fight as being dynamic, then I guess that would be it. But I think that's a bit of a stretch in my opinion. And yeah, see, even breaking the devil, the Buster arm, I guess, in Devil Trigger barely does any damage on him. Well, relatively speaking anyways. And now that the all the transitions in the stage are over, at this point it's just wailing on him, and you know, it's not a bad boss by any means, but there's definitely better to offer in this game, and definitely in the series for sure. Yeah, see, now that he's Devil Triggered, look at his health bar. It's just chip damage. And I don't even think I've been hit this fight yet. I will get hit at some point, I'm sure. Or maybe not. I don't remember. So it's not exactly hard to survive the fight. It just takes a long time. It takes a really long time. Unless you're playing as Virgil. Virgil can just delete every boss in the game. I was actually really considering... I'll talk about that later, actually. Yeah, so there's a little bit of damage I took, and luckily I could Devil Trigger out of that. Otherwise, I think that's actually pretty damaging. Yeah, I sort of run out of things to talk about with Behemoth. You just... It's pretty self-explanatory at this point. You just wail on him. Luckily, I don't think... Like, it's opinion I held this game that there was lots of fights like this, and now that I think about it, I think there is only a few, but there's still more than I would like. But there he is, he's finally done.
I curse my stars in bit of grief and woe. That made my love so high, and me so low. pick you out of his, tummy teeth. Pardon my delay. I was catching up on some reading. Yeah, looks like a real page-turner. So, you think Dante's still in there? If Urizen defeated him, then I expect he's not much more than Glyphod pollen by now. A what? Glyphod. It's a tree that grows in the underworld. It thrives on human blood, and those whose blood it sucks, well, let's just say they don't turn out too well. Well, in any case, we need to find out. If Dante's alive, we'll save him. If not, we don't. Wait. First, we need to exterminate some Glyphod roots. V, what the hell are you?
I know I'm late. Shut it! The roads were all clogged. Hey, you must be V, huh? Hey, you gonna get that? Ding, 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 right by your feet. Woo-wee! I'm gonna make something amazing out of this.
Did you just sniff that? Do you have any idea where that's been?
Up your butt?
Focus on the mission.
I think we should split into 2 groups.
And cover more ground. Good idea.
Behold, my genius. Cash first.
All the materials I collected for your little pet projects don't count for anything?
My brilliant badass work is worth every dime, you know it.
Well, your quality control sucks ass, and you know that.
Or maybe don't let the demon smack you around so much.
Whatever.
I am truly gifted. It's a work of art.
Oh, so you're an artist now, huh?
Yes, I am. Got any questions, little chicken? My grandmother was called the 45 caliber virtuoso, legendary gunsmith. I hope to be like her someday, an artist and a lethal artisan. Everything I create is art, whether it's a gun or a steel pot to cook birds in. Any more questions? Huh? Little chickie.
I'll take my leave now. And if I don't see you along the way, I'll see you at the bottom of the Glyphod.
Sure. What are you gonna do?
I gotta shake the cobwebs out. I'll let you know. Hey, you got any more questions? Better ask it now. I can't read minds. Ooh, well, yeah.
All right, move out. So much for teamwork.
Alright, so here we are on mission 3. Now right away they introduce back into the game these grapple points, I think they're called. And personally, I actually really enjoy them. I think it's something that lots of people didn't really care for in DMC4, but and I understand that they could be a little finicky, especially when they try to make some platforming sections or puzzles out of them. But I don't know. I've always had fun with them. I like just flinging myself through the air like that. It's fun. And then they introduce something I don't care for, which is these stupid bats. Why developers think that these things fit in character action games like this, I'll never understand. Like, they're not necessarily hard to fight, they're just not very fun to fight, and they can be annoying. Like if you lose track of one and they just, especially these guys do a surprising amount of damage on this difficulty. If you lose track of one and it fires a shot at you, then that it's pretty deadly, especially later on when the more souped up ones get introduced. So yeah, I don't care for that. I guess this isn't the first mission that's a Link mission, but I forgot to point it out last mission. Speaking of last mission real quick, sorry, my mind's all over the place at the moment, but in mission 2 there's a section where V pops up and you can see him fighting, and for the longest time I had no idea like what level that was that you were watching him fight. But I only found out recently that apparently that area you see him fighting in mission 2 is a secret mission that you play as V. So that's pretty cool. I didn't know about that. But anyways, the Link missions are a very cool idea. At first, I was really concerned when I heard about this sort of thing being in DMC5. I thought it was going to turn into like a Dark Souls, like summoning type thing, which works for Dark Souls. Don't get me wrong, but for DMC, it's a single-player game, you know. But I think just like with the Devil Breakers, couldn't remember the name for a second, but just like the Devil Breakers I was talking about last mission. It's an addition that doesn't take anything away, so I think it's fine. And the way it works, from what I understand, is your game is prioritized, so if connection gets broken for whatever reason, they just drop it immediately. So there's no fear of lagging or anything like that, because that would be pretty frustrating. If in my DMC game I started dying due to latency issues, that'd be a little much. But luckily, that's not a thing. Even later on, when you get to mission 13, which is actually like a true co-op mission, it still prioritizes your game world over the others, which is quite nice. Okay. I guess on that note, talking about a new feature in DMC5, I should probably talk about the other differences with Nero's gameplay in this game. I already talked about Blue Rose and how I think it's overall improved. I don't remember if I think I got sidetracked because what I was gonna say is it's overall improved, but I do miss inertia in this game. You know, I was never great at using inertia like for advanced techniques like guard flying or anything like that. But I do miss the effect the Blue Rose would have on Nero when he shot in the air. There's just a little subtle like I guess pushback that the Blue Rose would give to Nero with the MT Frameworks engine that just made it feel a bit more powerful, made it feel punchier, I guess. But overall, I like the changes to Blue Rose. And then, what else? I guess talking about inertia. Inertia's not in this game. Well, it's a little confusing because it kind of is, but it feels a bit more. I guess the word I'd use for it is it feels a bit less impartial. And what I mean by that is, and keep in mind, I am by no means an expert on inertia in DMC4. I can sometimes guard fly. I definitely notice its effects when I'm doing air combos, but I by no means am a master of inertia. But from what I could always tell, it seemed very impartial. It didn't necessarily help you or go out of its way to hinder your air combos or your air movement. which may not make a whole lot of sense the way I'm phrasing it, but hopefully it'll make sense when I talk about DMC5. And the way DMC5 works, I don't know if I see a instance of it in the gameplay, I'll point it out. But basically with DMC5, the longer you're in the air, the more the gravity wants to pull you down, which is bizarre. You can reset that gravity by doing a jump cancel or an air hike, but I honestly prefer the DMC4, and I should repeat once again that for all I know that was the case in DMC4, but I don't think it was. I think that in DMC4, as long as you were in the air, you were in the air, and gravity didn't change, or how gravity affected you didn't change, however. And I think it's most likely just a balancing thing in this game because it is a lot easier to stay airborne. But I would have preferred if they made it the same as DMC4, where it was harder to stay airborne, but gravity didn't like purposely work against you. Hopefully that explanation made like any sense at all. What else? What else is different with Nero? I guess I already talked about the Devil Breakers, and just to repeat my thoughts on that, I think they're a good addition that doesn't take away from anything. And to me, that's the definition of a good addition, if it adds and doesn't take away. And then I guess yeah, he's got the Devil Bringer back, which you unlock after mission 19, and then obviously you have it for New Game Plus here, as well as Devil Trigger. Now first I'll talk about the Devil Bringer. Nero's grabs in this game just don't feel as powerful to me. They don't feel quite as good. I can't quite pinpoint what it is. I don't think it's the actual damage it does. I think it's just something with the animations. Maybe it's an engine issue. It just doesn't feel as satisfying to me. I really can't point my finger to what exactly it is. But that's fine. That's fine. I don't know if they purposely made that. They may have purposely made it like that to encourage the use of the Devil Breakers, which is, you know, it's fine. Because even though I do personally just prefer using the Devil Bringer, obviously they put a lot of work into the Breakers, so I understand why they would want people to use that instead. And I talked about the Devil Trigger, so I'll talk about that a bit, I guess. It's, you know, again, I'm going to sound like a broken record when comparing the games, but I don't think his Devil Trigger feels as good as it did in DMC4. And that goes for all the characters. I guess other than Dante's SDT, but I'll talk more about that later. But for just regular Devil Trigger, it doesn't feel quite as responsive to me. Because in the old games, you could turn it on and off, like, at will. And it gave you a lot more options on how to use it. You know, obviously distortion's a thing in DMC4. From what I know, it's not possible in this game. But sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Right, activating and deactivating it. So from what I understand, the way it works in this game is once you activate Devil Trigger, you're not able to deactivate it until at least 2 of the bars have been depleted. And I don't care for that. It makes it just feel a little unresponsive. And I don't know, it just takes away from the usability, I should say. It takes away from your ability to just sort of turn on and off for one last attack, for, you know, maybe your final attack in the combo is the strongest one. Dance Macabre, for example. Dance Macabre, however you want to pronounce it, for Dante. You could turn it on and off for the last hit, but not in this game because you have to leave it on for at least 2 bars, and it doesn't feel as good. And then Nero's DT in particular, something about it... Oh, I guess one last thing on the responsiveness. It feels like the frames drop a bit when you turn Devil Trigger on, which is just weird. Like, you know, it's sort of the reason why I don't use it as much in this game, is it just feels shitty to turn it on. But I think that's just an engine issue, and overall the engine is really good in this game. Obviously it looks incredible. I already talked about that, which is sort of miraculous. But yeah, Nero's Devil Trigger, aside from that, it just doesn't feel quite as good. I don't know. I can't really pinpoint exactly what it is about it that doesn't feel as good as DMC4. But yeah, you know, I really can't point it. I really can't point a finger to it. I think it's just my bias for DMC4 showing, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, I think that's really the. Oh, I guess the only other difference would be some of the frame properties, at least to me, feel different. They might be the same for all I know, and because I do play DMC4 on Turbo, that might be impacting my my view on it. But the frame window for the exceeds as well as jump canceling feels a lot more generous in this game. And like I said, it might be just because I'm used to Turbo mode, but it's not something I don't really mind that much. It just lowers the yeah, wait. I'm trying. It lowers the skill floor, I guess, is the term I'm going for. I don't know. But yeah. So I don't think that takes away from anything really. Don't mind that one bit. But
Without strength, can't protect anything.
yeah, I think that's really it for differences, at least when talking about Nero. Overall, he plays very good in this game, but like I said, broken record, not quite as good as DMZ4 in my opinion.
What? No chit-chat or monologue? Just getting right to the point, huh?
So Artemis here is sort of a hit or miss boss for me. It sort of depends on the day, depends on the weather, depends on the time I fight her. No, but more accurately, it depends on the moves I get from her on whether I enjoy fighting her or not. Luckily, she's one of the lower health bosses, which just makes her a bit more fun to fight, which I've already harped on that, and I'm sure I'll harp on it more, but we're not talking about the high boss, or the high health boss, we're talking about Artemis here. She runs away from you a bit much, which overall is not, and oh, look at me whiffing that grab. That was a bad, I should have jumped that, but, shit, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, so she runs away from you, which is kind of annoying. And that's sort of a theme with a lot of the more annoying enemies in this game, is they just run away from you, which is really annoying. I don't know who enjoys that in an enemy design, but luckily with her it's not that bad, because usually she runs and then she hangs out the same spot for a while. A lot of the other enemies are way worse. I'll have a lot to say about two of the enemies in particular when they show up later. Oh man, thoughts are scrambled at the moment. Just sort of all over the place. Yeah, this boss fight, decent. Decent, I'd say. Certainly not one of the best, but not one of the worst either. And yeah, I do like having the option of the Buster Arm and being able to break the Buster Arm to just do that much more damage. It's quite nice. I do kind of wish that the Devil Bringer just did that on its own, but balancing issues and all that, you know. And let's see, now that she's Devil Triggered, how much damage does she take? I don't actually remember. Professional as always. And ooh, look at that. Oh, wait. What just happened there? I think I grabbed her and then got shot away from her little things. That wasn't very nice. But yeah, professional as always over here. Don't even know my own gameplay. Love it. You know, actually, I haven't talked about it yet, but I actually really enjoyed the addition of the characters talking during gameplay, because I like they did technically in the old games, but it was usually just one word, usually just on taunts. But I do like the addition of the dialogue during combat. It's just adds a bit more character to the, well, to the characters. And yeah, see, this is a very appropriate health pool. She is almost dead, I believe. I thought I almost died to this boss, but my health's looking very good. Am I about to take a really massive hit? No, I don't think so. Alright, well, I think... Oh. Yeah, there's mission 3.
Dante's friend.
It's Lady.
You know her?
From my gunsmith days.
What?
Can't believe you do this to Kyrie. I'm gonna have to tell her, man. I'm joking. Hey, loosen up your jockstrap.
Haha.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Chicka bow wow, chicka bow wow.
Kyrie would kill me right now.
So, V, you think this kid can kill Urizen?
One can only hope. But for now, we have a more pressing engagement. We've a minor errand before we reach Urizen.
Oh, genius says be careful. Yeah, no shit, Shirley. Ain't that right, V? I mean, you are fragile at the moment. Wouldn't take much to wipe you out in a sticky situation. I'm just saying that running away is okay. It's always okay to run away if you're not up for it.
He who desires but act not breeds pestilence. So it is written.
Okay, Shakespeare. Just remember this. You and I like to exist, so get rid of those demons quick, because killing them ain't my stick. I got your back. Because dying is whack.
Alright, so here's our first mission as V. So, V is a very interesting character. He's not like anything that I've ever seen in any other character action game or any other game like and even close to this, really. What he plays similarly to is like a minion character from an action RPG like Diablo or a Path of Exile. And so because of that, I should like playing this character, because that's always the kinds of characters I play as in those games. But I don't really care for V that much. I definitely respect the effort to vary up the gameplay between the 3 characters. But I'm pretty happy that V's missions are kept to a minimum. He only has 4 mandatory missions, which is still more than I would like, to be perfectly honest, but you know, it is what it is. I was actually really considering for at least a couple of these missions switching over to Virgil to show off Virgil's gameplay and then splicing in the cutscenes and editing, but I decided that wouldn't be super honest in the with the whole spirit of getting of doing the DMD S rank run. Figured I should probably just do V, just suck it up and play as V. But yeah, that That's okay. I do like him as a character, though. I must say, like in terms of narrative, I mean to say. Even if in gameplay he's not the best. And I would actually encourage the team to, if a DMC6 does come out and they want to make another new character with a sort of different gameplay style, I would highly encourage that, because I think it's a good idea to add more sort of varying characters into the series, especially because Nero turned out to be so successful. Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, Nero turned out to be so successful. I think most people have come around to him and really enjoy playing as him. I know I love playing as Nero. I think I'd take Nero over, definitely take him over Dante in DMC4. Dante in this game is quite fun, so I might prefer Dante in this game, but even so, I love Nero. Nero's my easy mode, man. I'm really good with Nero. You know, I wouldn't call myself the best DMC player ever, but when it comes to Nero, I'd consider myself pretty damn good. I'll leave you guys to be the judge of that, though. I'm just gonna get humbled in the comments, I'm sure. But what was I talking about? Yeah, V, and oh yeah, new characters in DMC6 if they ever make one. What I would like to see, and I just sort of came up with this in my head. It's probably not. Sure, I'm not the first person to suggest this, but I would love it if they added in a character with a combat system similar to Jean from God Hand. And then, oh god, how could they do that? Maybe they could then even have to where you could set like different combo lists and then swap between them, like Dante swaps weapons, and then ooh, damn, yeah, you know what? And then maybe have a dodge offset something similar to dodge offset, where like if you get 2 into one combo and then you switch to your other combo set, you start on the third move, if that makes sense. Damn. I'm sure I'm not the first one to think of this, but you know, Itsuno, Shinji Mikami, Kamiya, anyone listening, feel free to take my ideas. Free charge! I just want to see a God Hand too. I also just want to talk about God Hand more than I want to talk about V, but I suppose let's talk about V. So here's Nightmare. Nightmare is... he's really hit or miss, because he's controlled by the AI. I think you can control him like slightly if you get on his back, but I don't tend to do that. I think it drains your Devil Trigger a bit more. But yeah, the main use for him, at least on this difficulty, is to revive your other pets. Because his attacks are, you know, like I said, very hit or miss. Sometimes he'll just sort of stand around and dance in place, seemingly. Sometimes, and then sometimes he'll shoot up the Mega Laser that does like half of a boss's health. I don't really understand how it works, but he is cool to have in here. What I would have really liked to see is Phantom in this game. You know, you could even have I think there's a couple buttons that aren't used for V, so you could have Phantom be the third button, and then have 3 guys out plus Nightmare, and that would make his gameplay a lot more fun. Because as it is, he's quite tedious to play as. Like these grunt enemies, you can tear through pretty good, but for his bosses, at least the boss next mission, you'll see it takes me quite a while to whittle his health down. Alright, I guess just in case you're somehow watching this video and not familiar with V, like I said, he plays like a minion character in an action RPG. He's got Griffin, and he's got Shadow. Shadow's the little panther, I guess? And then Griffin's a bird of some sort. Again, professionalism showing. And basically Griffin acts as your gun, Phantom acts as your melee, and then you can call in Nightmare. He takes up your DT gauge, and he just kind of does what he feels like. Sometimes he helps you, sometimes he doesn't, but that's okay. And if you have played this game, but maybe you haven't played the other games, and you're not aware of, these characters are from DMC1. Phantom, or sorry, I keep saying Phantom. I meant to say Shadow. Yeah, Shadow is the Panther. I don't know how many times I said Phantom there, but Panther is Shadow. So Shadow is a just a regular enemy from DMC1. Griffin and Nightmare are both bosses in DMC1, which is bizarre to me that they included Shadow. I almost said Phantom again. But it's weird that they have Shadow there instead of Phantom, because otherwise you would have all three of the main bosses anyway. Actually, you know what? All of the bosses except for Mundus, technically, as V's characters. But I honestly think maybe the reason Phantom's on this game is because he's one of Bayonetta's summons in the Bayonetta series, so maybe there's some sort of copyright issue there. I'm not too sure. Or maybe they just didn't want to include him, who knows. And yeah, here is where you sort of first see the cracks in V's gameplay with this nobody here. Just look at that. Like this doesn't take really any skill. I'm just standing there waiting for my guys to take care of him. It's not particularly fun. At least I don't find it particularly fun. It's just mash the buttons and wait for it to go. And then this brings another issue with the style system. I'm waiting to really go in depth with the style system until Mission 10, because Mission 10 is, at least in my opinion, probably the hardest one to get the S rank for. But I'll talk about it briefly. It's just bizarre how inconsistent it is. How on some missions with some characters, you have to play so sweaty, just try your ass off to get the S rank. But with V, you just mash buttons and the SSS is just given no issue. This is actually a really cool mechanic I like about Nightmare, though. How when you call him in, he'll break through walls and open up new areas and new pathways for you. I think that's a pretty cool idea. It can be kind of annoying though if you want to go through a pathway and you're out of Devil Trigger for whatever reason. I think for that reason they normally give you enemies to fight in the areas where Nightmare can do that. But unfortunately, it's these stupid bats again. Yeah, see that? So that molten one up there is really deadly. Really deadly. And this is actually the first mission. I think the first mission where it's possible to skip like a huge portion of the mission. Because if you want to, you can go around and do like, I think at least 4 other fights in this mission. And there's a secret mission to get and all that, but because I've done all that and I'm just trying to get through it with the highest rank, I just go the quickest route, which is oh, excuse me. Which is it's kind of cool that they have that in there for people who want a bit less linearity, I guess. And oh man, look at that. Yeah, that thing just took out both of my pets there. That's deadly. So this is the first instance, and I'll talk more, but I'm waiting to talk really in depth about each enemy until their cutscene actually introduces them. Actually, you know what? On that note, these Cleaver guys, who I don't know the name of, we skipped their introductory cutscene by skipping that fight, so I should probably talk about them. They're an interesting enemy. They're certainly no They're not as interesting as anything from DMC4, but they're okay. I'm not sure if I'm a huge fan of when they can go into their non-stagger state. It's like it certainly makes them more challenging to fight, but it doesn't necessarily make them fun to fight. It sort of goes back to the oh, you have V playing the violin here. Sort of goes back to the chimeras from DMC4, where you know the fun in the combat system is juggling an enemy and really capitalizing on that. And the enemies that can sort of flare up their their little veins, their purple veins, I don't know what to call them. The enemies that can do that and then avoid staggers sort of spit in the face of that. It's certainly a less annoying way to deal with that though than the chimeras. So I certainly don't hate them by any means, but they're not one of my favorites to fight. They do have one of the better Buster animations though as Nero, when you get them in the air and just flop them on the ground. That's pretty good. I feel like I had another thought that I just lost. Oh, I guess talking about V, I really enjoy these execution animations. Some of them are actually really cool. I like that one on the Judeca there. That's quite fun. And a lot of the unique boss executions are really cool as well. Speaking of bosses, we're about to get the first V boss. V is the only character with exclusive bosses, by the way.
Needhog. I never liked this guy. Dumb as a box of rocks. Let's not even mess with this guy, V. He can't even leave the Clyphod anyway. Just a Clyphod parasite. Uh-oh. I think he hurt me. And he's angry!
Not in this lifetime. As the air to a bird, or the sea to a fish, so is contempt to the contemptible.
Yeah, see, V's a bit of an edgelord, but I actually think he is really cool as a character. And he complements the coolness. Feels weird to talk about it that way. But he complements the coolness of Nero and Dante, whereas Nero's like more of a punk, and Dante's almost like a surfer dude in the way that he's cool. Then V is like a goth kid. And I don't know, I find him to be kind of interesting. But yeah, this is Needhog, I believe. I already missed what they called him. Yeah, he's an okay fight. He's my favorite of the two exclusive like V boss fights. Not necessarily because he's good, but because I think the other one is actually kind of poorly designed, and I'll talk about that when we actually get to it. But this one's interesting. He's got the three sort of piranha plants there, plus his main body. And so there's lots of targets for your guys to hit, especially Griffin's charge shot is quite cool. And when you take down his 3 piranha plants there, then you get some free hits on him, which I think it's fun. It's certainly not a galaxy-brained, like, intricate boss fight or anything, but it's fun enough. And look at that, I'm getting lucky. Nightmare's actually doing something for once. And I think it's exclusive to Dante Must Die. I could be wrong, but I think it's exclusive to Dante Must Die. Once you get near the end of his health bar, he whips out 3 of his like main forms there. I don't think that sentence made any sense, but you'll see when it shows up. I'll point it out. It's kind of cool. Yeah, these things spawn in after a while. They sort of remind me of what am I trying to say? They remind me of the legs on Gilgamesh, which you'll see later in Mission 6, I believe. Just as, you know, a sort of secondary objective to take out in the process of fighting the boss. And unfortunately, V's execution moves do not give him iframes, which I think was a very poor decision. But I guess I understand why, because otherwise it would be sort of no what am I going for? No decision making required, rather, when it comes to executions. You just, as soon as something's ready, you go for it. So adding in the possibility of getting hit makes you think about it a bit more. So you know what? I actually just talked myself out of it. I actually think, yeah, it was a good idea to not give him my frames. A little flip-floppy here, I guess. Yeah, see, this is the problem with these boss fights, is they go on for long enough that I kind of run out of things to talk about. You know, it's... At this point, you pretty much get the idea, I'm sure. But... yeah. I really like Griffin's lines that he gives you. Here I am trying to taunt again. Die. Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess talk about V and his little book that he can read. He can read the book to gain back Devil Trigger, which I think is it's a really good idea to include that when his character's so tied around the Devil Trigger with Nightmare. And I think here he's about to pop out the other... Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so he pops up these three, and it's... I remember the first time I played DMD, I was getting pretty panicked, because I think I was close to death around this point. But, yeah, he's almost done, and there he goes.
I'm afraid then that's a little bit more than I can take on right now.
Let's go find a game of cards.
These Glyphod roots, they're everywhere.
Well, we are underground.
Then I guess we have some clearing up to do.
And me without my gardening shears.
Alright, so mission 5. Second V mission, and I think I've already kind of run out of stuff to talk about regarding V. I'm sure I'll think of more stuff later. But, yeah, I guess I'll take this mission to sort of talk about the difficulty in this game. And sort of my experience with it, and then what I think of it. So my initial experience with this game, like most people who probably played this game for the first time, I put it on Devil Hunter, because why would you start on human mode? And I remember thinking the game was insanely easy. I think I went through my entire first playthrough with no deaths. And at first I thought, you know, well yeah, I'm an experienced Devil May Cry player, so of course I went through this no problem. But then I saw people online, people who were new to the series, also complaining it was too easy. So at that point I got really concerned. I got concerned that they had casualized this game, and I was thinking, oh no, this isn't good. And then I did Son of Sparta mode, and Son of Sparta mode was it was a decent challenge, but it certainly wasn't what's the word I'm looking for? Controller breakingly like hard or anything like that. But then once I did Dante Must Die mode for the first time, I felt it was actually pretty challenging. Like at this point, once I've learned DMC5 quite a bit more, I can walk through it no problem. But when I first played Dante Must Die, I felt that they did a good job at giving it the challenge it deserved. A lot of that challenge, well, I shouldn't say a lot, but some of that challenge is a bit artificial. And any examples that pop up, I'll definitely point out. But yeah, I think Dante Must Die is a good challenge, and Hell in Hell is also really, really hard, especially as V. I'm going to talk more about that in a later mission. But yeah, I think the difficulty was overall handled okay. I would have liked Son of Sparta and Devil Hunter to be a bit more of a challenge, specifically Devil Hunter, because Devil Hunter is just a joke at this point. But it's okay. I'm kind of surprised they did that too, considering the whole fad of Dark Souls and, you know, the meme about, oh, it's so hard, you know, everybody loves hard games these days, it seems. I would have thought they'd pump it up, but I guess they prefer hard games when it's a slow-paced RPG, not when it's a fast-paced character action game. I'm not shitting on Dark Souls, by the way. I love the Dark Souls series, but I wouldn't exactly call them challenging in the same way that a DMC game is. Especially DMC3. DMC3 is... You know, I say that, but I think DMC1 is probably actually, at least in my opinion, the harder of those games. That being said, I've only done Dante Must Die on DMC1 once. But I've done it a few times on DMC3, so I might have a little bit of familiarity bias, I guess you'd say. I don't know if that's a thing, but that's what I call it anyways. So this is, I forgot to point out earlier when we saw one as Nero, these weird propane tanks that they throw in some arenas. And I think, off the top of my head, I think they only show up like 3 or 4 times, which is kind of bizarre to me. Because that makes me wonder why they were put in this game anyways. If they were only going to have like 3 combat arenas with propane tanks in them, then why bother? I also don't really like him that much, because at best, it's just a quick and easy way to do a lot of damage to the enemies, which is kind of lazy. At worst, you'll forget about it, and it'll go off when you're near it, which is just not a... I don't know if I'd say it's unfair, but it's not a fun way to take damage by any means. You should be punished for missing the wind-up for an attack and getting hit. You shouldn't be punished for forgetting about some random exploding barrel. At least that's just my opinion. Some people might disagree. Went ahead and got myself a cup of coffee to record this mission, because it wouldn't be one of my videos without me sipping on a cup of coffee at some point now, would it? And yeah, here, you're gonna see this quite a few times, just the problem with V, you know. One enemy, I'm in no danger, my guys are not really in any danger, you just stand there and let them go at it until eventually they whittle down the punching bag you have in front of you. But that's not too bad. And this mission overall isn't too bad, this is pretty short. But yeah. I'm probably in the minority. I would take the DMC4 mission design over most of these missions. But I'm in the minority. I'm barely speaking. I'm in the minority in that I prefer DMC4 to this game. Which I'm sure has been gathered at this point, but what can I say, man? What can I say? Just my preference. You like DMC5 more? That's cool. That's more than cool. So here's the Impusa Queen. We fought one of these earlier as Nero in the prologue. That's only because of the difficulty we're on. This is the actual introduction for them in the game. And they're an enemy that I don't necessarily hate, but I think there's too many like them in the game. You have this enemy, you have the Behemoth, and you have, I would consider the Nobodies to be a part of that too, and that they're big enemies that aren't really that dangerous. There's not much they can really do to you. Like, don't get me wrong, if you do get hit by this guy, and I think the Behemoth and definitely the Nobodies, they'll do a lot of damage, but it's really easy to not get hit by them, and they just have an obnoxiously large amount of health. And they're actually pretty nice to fight if you're going for ranks, because you can get a lot of style points off them. Especially in Mission 10, there's 2 instances where you can fight one of these, and they tend to up your average, whereas most of the fights in that mission will lower them. But I think so yeah, overall they're not that bad of an enemy to fight. I think there's just too many too many enemies with this same sort of design in the game, and that I'm not the biggest fan of. Every enemy should occupy its own space. It should occupy its own purpose in the game, and that's why I think the DMC4 enemy design was actually so superb, because every single enemy, like, there weren't any repeats. You know, the Frosts fought completely different than the Angelos, which fought completely different from the Scarecrows, which actually fought quite different from the big Scarecrows, which fought different from the Assaults. You know, which fought different from the Blitz. I could just go on and on. Everything occupied its own space and its own purpose, whereas a lot of these enemies are just kind of repeats. But I guess in some ways it's not bad, you know, if you're gonna, you know, I guess it's not that bad to have just a bit of flavor to, you know, a bit of a different look for some of the enemies, but you know, overall, just kind of boring. This is actually a fun fight. I think this room might be my favorite V fight in the game. Don't really know why. I can't really put a finger on it, but yeah, I can't really put my finger on it. I just think it's fun. God, if I was at all competent in editing, I would totally speed up a lot of these V fights, just because they can take a bit long. Especially this boss fight coming up in this mission. I think it takes me quite a while to dispatch him, so to speak. But that's alright. Coffee, man, it's so good. God, the missions are really front-loading in this game, huh? We're already an hour and 45 in. Only, you know, I guess that actually matches up pretty good to about a quarter of the way through the game. Yeah, forget what I just said. I'm wasted. Yeah, see, look at that. Like, I'm not even doing anything. Nightmare's just going ham, and I'm getting SSS. Like, this character's just easy, man. I don't know if anybody's done the Bloody Palace as V, but damn, it's pretty easy. Definitely one of the easier achievements I got. I really wish that after you completed the game, or maybe once you completed all the difficulties or something like that, you unlock the ability to play as any character on any mission. Because, you know, I obviously some bosses, especially V's bosses, aren't designed for the other characters. And then Nero has those grapple points, but I'm sure they could probably figure out a way to work around it. And in terms of the enemies not being designed for some of the other characters, I don't think it would be that much of a detriment. You know, it would be up to the player to decide if they want to try it. You know what I mean? So I think there's mods. Well, there's got to be a mod that lets you do that, but it'd be nicer if it was official. Especially, they should have done that in the special edition, which I'm still upset about not being released on PC. I hope it is at some point. I'd buy the special edition. I'd get all my S ranks again. Why not? I'm very goal focused. It's hard for me to Oh, excuse me. To play games in general, but these games if I don't have a goal to go towards, so having the ranks to get keeps me playing, but since I already have them, not really much to do in this game.
Malthus. Of course. More trouble. Not sure about that one, though. Never seen it before. Not in the underworld, anyway.
Search for the Devil's Sword, Sparta. You know where it is. He told me to leave it be, but I'm afraid it still concerns me. As long as there is a blood descendant of Sparta, I cannot take any chances. Do you understand? Find it and destroy it. Only then will his reign be truly realized.
I see. I know what you are. Don't worry. I'll be gentle.
Alright, so here's V's second, I guess I'll call exclusive boss fight. And to me, the big problem with this fight is that the arena is just too big. It's just too big, which I guess is a consequence of the boss being on horseback there. They need some room for him to ride around. But it makes it so that you just gotta be chasing after him the whole time for your guys to get close at all. And I really don't care for these bubbles he throws out that slows down time. It just, I don't know, it just doesn't feel good. Which I guess is the, you know, I say this a lot, that's the purpose of, you know, attacks aren't supposed to make you feel good when you get hit by them. But the problem with the slowdown time is you don't always, like, you don't necessarily take damage. A lot of the times you'll throw them out and then just not even attack, so, you know, there's not a whole lot of point to them. I'm just kind of rambling here. But, yeah, this is a boss fight that I think should have had, sorry, excuse me, that I think should have had much less health than it does have. Because then it would have been much more enjoyable in my opinion. Especially once he devil triggers. I mean, that's sort of the same with all the bosses, but once he devil triggers, oh man, he takes a lot of damage. And for whatever reason, when he has the whole screen with that weird effect that was just there, he takes a lot less damage. I don't know what the deal is there. I don't know what's going on when he does that. It's just his super mode, I guess. I'm not sure. But it's cool in that cutscene we get to see a glimpse of Malthus, who's going to be a boss later on. There's probably somewhere you can find to figure out what's going on there, because I'm not sure what she's actually talking about in terms of, you know, whoever she's talking about is almost king of the underworld. Is she talking about Urizen? That's, like, I guess. I don't know. That's a little weird. But, yeah, this is the one that's definitely much better when you fight as Dante, that's for sure. It is a cool callback, though, to the horse carriage fight in DMC3, which is one of the less fun fights in that game, in my opinion, but, you know, whatever. Still more fun than this fight. This fight's pretty fun as Virgil, though, mostly because Judgment Cut spam is godly. Yeah, I was really considering doing a lot of these V missions as Virgil. And in some ways I wish I did get some Virgil gameplay, because I really would like to talk about playing as Virgil. Because he plays beautifully. I think this is his best incarnation by far, but you know, that's special edition stuff, that's DLC stuff, this is main game stuff we're talking about. Yeah, see, look at this. Like, there's no real strategy. There's no skill involved really. I'm just running around, running away from him, letting my guys do all the fighting. Like, that is kind of how V plays, but in light of that, I think they really should have made his bosses have less health because yeah, it's not hard to stay alive. You know, I say that, but I think I actually come really close to death here. I think I take a few bad hits and almost eat it, but luckily I make it through. Spoiler alert, of course. Yep, so there I think he just devil triggered, and oh, he's still taking a decent amount of damage. Not as much as I would like. Oh yeah, see, that's a quarter hit right there. That's like a Gods Must Die hit from DMC4. Holy shit. Oh man, luckily this is the last V mission for a while, because yeah, I'm at a loss on what to talk about with V. He's... Oh, I guess, you know what? Actually, I'll talk about a bit more in depth about his actual controls. And for the longest time, I couldn't figure out, he's got a few directionally based attacks with his guys. You know, either like block on forward on the stick or, you know, back to forward on the stick, that kind of thing. And for the longest time, I couldn't pull them off because I thought they were, what's the word I'm looking for? Based on the positioning of the summon that you're, or the familiar, I guess, that you're using. But it's actually based on V's position, which like, I think overall that is the better design, but I mean, the fact that I was trying to base it off of, oh yeah, look at that hit right there, holy shit. But the fact that I was trying to base it off of the position of Griffin and Shadow there makes me wonder if that was actually the right decision to base it off of V's positioning. What they should have done, and I don't know if this would have messed with the controls at all, but they should have done it so that it can be either way, so that everybody can, no matter what anybody does, it always works. But there's probably some programming complications with doing that, or maybe they just felt it wasn't the right way to go. Who knows? I'm no game designer. Yeah, and look at the absolute, like I've won this fight already, basically. It's just you just gotta whittle him down more and more, and like, I know I've talked about it quite a bit about the bosses and their tanky health, but nowhere is it shown more than with these boss fights. He just doesn't have any attacks that really do a whole lot of damage, at least none that he has control over, because Nightmare has that like death laser he can do, but he does it at random. The only other really strong attack he has is with Shadow. You can do the back to forward, and then he does that like long spike, and that does a decent amount of damage, but it's pretty hard to land. And oh wow, I'm kind of surprised I didn't die here. It's kind of hard to land. When it does land, it's pretty good, but yeah. I guess I'll just let this fight play out. I won't ramble anymore. It's almost done.
this for a minute now. What will you do if you find it? You gotta be strong in mind and body to wield the Sparta, and you, sir, are Nightmare. Hate to break it to you, but the Sparta will just be too much for you.
For me, yes. But what if the boy, Nero? Let's go. Once we are near the Sparta, even I should be able to sense its presence.
Well, she ain't dead. Got a pretty smoking body, though. Not that I was barely even noticed. You know, you should go do your thing. I got this.
Yeah. What the hell? Whoa. He's too big to leave alone. Better take care of it. Stay alert.
Yeah.
Alright, so here's mission 6, which is just a boss fight against Gilgamesh. Now, there's a few missions in this game I'm concerned about getting to just because I don't know what I'm going to talk about, because with Gilgamesh here, there's not much to talk about. I don't think this is a very well designed boss at all. Mercifully, it's its own mission, so if you don't like it, you can skip it, which is usually what I would do, but obviously got to get the whole game for this video. Yeah, I don't like this boss fight. To me, this is the Savior equivalent of this game. I personally find Savior to be a bit more fun, though I recognize that's probably an unpopular opinion. I think this is probably better designed overall than Savior because you have a bit more initiative. You don't have to wait for the Savior to punch to expose himself. It's totally up to the player on when you can attack, other than when the stupid little dot goes in like that. But yeah, overall, pretty lame boss fight, and it's once again it's another perfect example of the issue with the boss in this game. He just has so much health. If it was a bit weaker, then I think it would be a bit more tolerable. But as it is, just yeah, I can't say I'm a fan of this boss fight. Yes, that's pretty much all I have to say about Gilgamesh here, and we're not even that far into the mission. So what else do I have to talk about that I haven't mentioned yet? I guess the first thing is new to this game is the continue system. Now they just kind of throw gold orbs at the player. I think I have like 35 right now or something, and I actually really enjoy the way the continue system works. It is a little unbalanced because some missions you can still get the S rank even if you gold orb, which is bizarre. I don't know how that works, considering there's other missions that you'll play so sweaty and still not even come close to the S rank. Anyways, I'm sort of getting sidetracked here. I don't mind the revive system, just because it's sort of, I don't know, I guess it's more encouraging for new players to play through the game and to try the higher difficulty levels. And you still have to play somewhat smart, because if you're just gold orbing at like every encounter, you're gonna run out, you know. And then they have the option to revive with red orbs too, which is, you know, okay. It's okay. I don't know if it's necessarily better or worse than the old systems. The one thing that I do wish was the thing in this game, I wish it was quicker to restart from checkpoint or to restart mission, but the animation when you die takes a long time to get to
What are you doing down
to
there?
that menu.
You didn't think you did that all by yourself, did ya?
You know, bet you taste like chicken.
Oh, you ungrateful son.
I'll leave this beast to you. I must press on.
Well, guess it's just you and me, cockroach.
Nice little cameo by V, fantastic. Yeah, this boss is, it's simple as this. You just wait for it to reveal itself, smack away, and I mean it's pretty easy to dodge his attacks, and even when he does hit you, it doesn't do that much damage even on DMD. It's just I really don't understand the thought process behind designing bosses like this, especially in a DMC game. It's like they're trying to emulate like a God of War 3 boss or something. Which, weirdly enough, I don't know if anyone else gets this. The spikes that shoot out of the top there for some reason reminds me of Poseidon in God of War 3. I don't know if I'm alone on that. Probably am, but you know. And I guess the idea of a big like stage-sized boss moving around, that you have some freedom to sort of jump around and move around as you please. I guess the idea is not that bad. It could have been executed a lot better, that's for sure. And I think it would be a lot less egregious to have this in the game if the other bosses generally were designed a bit better. But having this boss on top of bosses like, you know, the Mission 1 boss, who I, for the life of me, can't remember what it's called, on top of Goliath, on top of the Needhog for V. What else we got? The that weird time chicken later in the game in like Mission 15, I think. When you combine it with all that, it's just a little much. And yeah, look at how little damage it's taking now that it's devil triggered. Like, good God. It's a little much. It's a little much. That's all I have to really say about it. What I do wish. Actually, you know what? Yeah, how I would have fixed this boss fight is make it a co-op mission similar to Mission 13 and have V there to help you out. I don't know really what V could do though. I guess maybe if you added a few more weak points onto the bottom of him, or do something like that. I would have liked that actually. That'd be a bit nicer. Or just make it, give more strategy to it. Honestly, maybe if you like I remember when I first fought this boss, I thought that if I were to knock out the little grapple points on each of the legs, that maybe he would fall and I could grab him. And I think he does fall, but it doesn't really do much because he still will conceal or reveal this thing at will. He'll still shoot out those spikes. So there's really no point in attacking all of his legs when you just come up here. And it just sort of, yeah, eliminates any strategy that you could possibly have in this boss. And unfortunately, I think this is Nero's only, other than the Mission 1 boss, Nero's only exclusive boss fight, which is pretty lame. Everything else you can fight in Bloody Palace as other people, but thank God that's over. Didn't take too long, but it took longer than I would have liked.
This thing's a root too. What's going on?
Yo, ladies away. Got any questions for her? Better make it fast.
All right.
Hey, wait. We could use that. Pick it up. Not that one. The other one.
This one?
Next to it.
Come on, Nico. This one?
Sure.
So what happened to him? And Trish? They end up like you?
Trish, she was captured. I remember that. But I don't know what happened
happened to Dante.
Damn it.
You can't travel through here in a car.
Yeah, we know. We're just waiting on you. There's only one way up that tree. Hang on, I'll get ready.
I'm glad to see you look so well.
You too, I guess.
I found these. If they're of any use to you, they're yours.
Wow, I can make something truly awesome out of these.
Shocker. Can we trust him?
Your guess is as good as mine. He might be useful, though. Enough talking. Get some rest. You need it.
Yo, lady, wake up! It's time to get to work.
I was just told to get some rest.
Oh, you were just told to get some rest? Well, we need to make a path. So start digging. Come on, get up, get up, get up!
Got something to wear that's good for digging?
Alright, so here we are, Mission 7. Now, Mission 7 is one of my favorite missions in the game, actually. And it's really interesting because it's one of two missions where you get to pick your own character, or you get to pick between a couple characters. But it's the only mission where, depending on the character you pick, it's a completely different mission, basically. And I think that's a really cool idea. I wish it was used a bit more. I don't really know. I don't really know what missions they could have done it with, but if they ever make a DMC6, I would like to see this more. It's very cool, especially because a character like V that I personally don't like playing. It's nice being able to pick Nero, and then there's lots of people who probably do like playing as V. So having this mission as well as Mission 13, that they can pick V, just to give him a few. Just give him a few more missions than he has otherwise in the game. It's probably nice for those people. Yeah, I don't remember if I've talked about this enemy yet. This is a returning enemy from DMC 1, Death Scissors. And, you know, once again, like I said, broken record, but the equivalent to this enemy in DMC 4, which is the Mephistos, I believe they're called, I think they're handled a bit better. I don't know if I can really put into words why. I think it's just because I think it's because since the Death Scissors block everything, they don't feel as satisfying to me to fight. Whereas the Mephistos, the cloak, it makes a bit more sense on getting the cloak down and how that works. Though I must admit the grab animation to kill the Death Scissors is very, very cool. I do actually really enjoy fighting the Death Scissors as Dante because you can shotgun jump cancel them, and that's really fun. I really enjoy doing that. But yeah, what we're about to see introduced in this mission is these enemy spawner things. See right here, and I don't really know how to feel about these things because they're not hard to take out, even when you're being attacked. Like it's easy enough to just swing, and they don't have that much health. So I'm sort of curious why they were even included if they were barely even an obstacle. I guess maybe they're included just for those people who want to extend the fight. You can just leave it alive and kill everything that comes out. Extend your style points, get a higher score. Maybe that's really the only thing I can think of. They're certainly not a bad inclusion in any case. I don't mind them at all. And I actually think I prefer them to the enemy spawners in DMC 3, which was an actual like enemy. But yeah, they're not that bad. So what else can I talk about this mission? I guess I mentioned one of the uses for red orbs last mission, and how you can use them to revive if you run out of gold orbs. So I guess that should bring me to my next point, which is the fact that they took Proud Souls out of this game. If you saw my DMC4 commentary, then you'll know that I was actually a big fan of the Proud Souls. Because to me, these games don't truly begin until you have all your moves that you can play around with. So just accelerating that, I didn't see it as a huge problem, especially since you still had to unlock the abilities. It meant that you got them slowly, so you could get accustomed to them, so new players could get accustomed to having them in their arsenal. Which I believe is the main motivation behind having to unlock them in the first place. That's just my opinion. I don't know if that's fact or anything. And I think in this game especially, it could have having Proud Souls would have been a really good idea because red orbs have so many other uses in this game. For one, to revive, like I said, and then Faust as Dante is a very cool weapon idea, and it's really, I think it's both a I'll talk more about Faust when we actually unlock it in the story, and when we get to Dante mostly. But I think Faust is a really cool idea. It's a cool way to sort of streamline, I guess, item usage. Whereas instead of buying a holy water and just pausing and using it, instead you have the meteor, for example, which does take a bit of skill to use. Not necessarily skill, but like situational awareness. And it costs a whole lot of gold or red orbs. So I think that's a cool way to do that. And I think that just, yeah, since there are so many other red orb uses, that having the Proud Souls just to speed along that that power or the ability buying, I think is a good idea. And I don't remember if I mentioned this in my DMC4 commentary, but having the Proud Souls separate from the red orbs, I think also helps new players because they'll be less tempted to buy items or use their gold orb or use their orbs on other things when those two currencies are separate, you know what I mean? Now that's not really a huge problem here because the only items you can buy really are the health items and then more gold orbs, I believe. But even so, I like the Proud Souls, which I think is a unpopular opinion, but whatever, is what it is. Now, I suppose I should talk about, they got introduced just at the beginning of the mission there, those sort of lizard enemies. And I actually really enjoy them. I think that they're a lot of fun to fight. To me, they remind me a bit of, I guess, of the Frosts, if I had to pick a comparison. I don't really know why they do, to be honest. It might literally just be the Buster animation that's giving me that vibe, because they don't really fight much like the Frosts. But either way, I really do like fighting the Riots, I think they were called. They are actually more dangerous than they might seem. Like they're one of those enemies. They're the perfect DMC enemy in my eyes because they're pretty easy to juggle if you know what you're doing. But if you don't know what you're doing and you get hit by them, they will actually do a lot of damage. And yeah, to me that is sort of the DMC combat in a nutshell. If you know what you're doing, then you will be able to control the situation. You'll be able to can't even talk. You'll be able to have your way with the enemies. You'll feel powerful. But you gotta earn that feeling of power. You gotta know what you're doing, you know? And that's what's so good about these games. I'm so happy they're back. Well, DMC5's back. We'll see if the series comes back to stay, but what I'd love to see is some remakes of the DMC games in a similar way to that the Resident Evil games are getting remade. I'd love to see a DMC 1 and 3 remake. That would be pretty cool, I gotta say. Probably not gonna do it. There's not as much money for them as in the Resident Evil series, I'm sure. But you never know. I never thought this game was gonna come out, so maybe, fingers crossed. But yeah, this is I did say, you know, that this is one of my favorite missions in the game. I do think it's another mission that's longer than I would like. I do think that shorter missions lend themselves better to the DMC format, especially because DMC plays almost like a score attack game. So having a longer mission just kind of de-incentivizes people to go for those higher scores. Even though it is, I think, a superior design in terms of like your first playthrough. But DMC is not really about that first playthrough. It's about what you'll be doing on the difficulties you unlock, about all the ins and outs of the combat system that you learn, your expression within that combat system. So it's not that bad anyways though. And one thing that that I didn't really register until I've been watching over my gameplay here for this commentary is this game doesn't actually have any loading screens within the missions. There's no doors that you open like in the old games, or doors that you go through, I should say. There's nothing like that, and I think that's pretty insane, especially since this game looks so good, runs at such a consistent frame rate even on consoles, and runs beautifully on PC too. I mean, my PC's a little old, but I still am generally at least at 60 FPS. I'm usually closer to the 100 FPS range at some decently high settings. I don't know what my settings are exactly, but yeah, it runs well. These wizards at Capcom, I don't know what they know that the rest of us don't, but yeah, they got it going on. I guess the only instance in which you'll have a loading screen mid-mission is if you go into a secret mission. And I really enjoy the way the secret missions are done in this game, actually. Because like when you're actually in the mission, they play pretty much the same as the old games. However, one thing that's really cool, and I don't know if this was an addition from the reboot or if it's new to this game, but when you unlock a secret mission, you can play it from the mission select screen. So for one thing, that's really cool, because then if you see a secret mission, you enter it and realize that you either don't have a skill unlocked to do it, or you know, whatever other reason you don't feel like doing it right now, you can just unlock it and then at any point in the future play it from the main menu. And I think that's a really cool addition. And the other thing is, for anybody that likes to replay the missions, which I don't know if there is many people that replay secret missions, but for them, I'm sure there's at least someone out there who's happy to be able to replay the secret missions at will. But yeah, for most people, they're just gonna play it once. But even so, it's another one of those things that doesn't take away from anyone's experience, and I'm sure adds to some people's. So, good addition overall. Oh yeah, that was cool. Yeah, so I guess another thing I can talk about is the control remapping, I guess I should say, that this series has always done. I think even since the first game. I'm not confident in that, but definitely since DMC3, you've been able to fully remap your controller, and I think that is one of the best things about these games, especially since these games are so complex in their combat systems. I think that it's something that every game should adopt, to be honest. I don't know why you wouldn't. One thing I do wish they added in is the ability to, if there's an unused button, I wish you could make clones of the same button, so to speak. So like, for example, I'm able to do that through my controller layout options on Steam. So for example, on DMC4, I have a separate controller layout for Nero and Dante, and on Nero's controller setup, I have the melee button set to both square and triangle. And that's because my melee button, when I first started playing these games, I was so used to other games that use square, so I immediately remapped it to square. So I cannot get used to using it on triangle. But for Nero, I have it set to both, so that I can use his devil trigger moves. You know, like the like maximum bet, and the one I just used a few minutes ago here, where you sort of throw out that cross. I don't remember what it's called, but yeah, so I really wish that for console players that was an option, that you could make clones. And even if there's an unused button, you know, maybe some people say, I'm never going to use the Devil Bringer. I'd rather that button be, you know, a second gun button or a second melee button, you know, whatever. So I just think that the more customization you can do, the better. That's my opinion. In any case. But for all I know, that could cause some weird am I looking for? For all I know, that could cause some weird programming issues. I'm certainly no programmer, and I don't pretend to be, but luckily through Steam you can do that. And yeah, so far we've had a pretty easy job getting the S ranks. Like, I don't think I've had to restart or redo a mission once. Next mission, again, I think next mission is the first attempt, but next mission is the first mission that most people are going to have trouble getting the S rank for. But I want to wait to really dive into that until mission 10, because that's the big one. And this next fight up here is pretty cool. I got a bit to say about it in a second.
Nice. Getting the band back together, huh?
What evil lurks? I must destroy.
I thought that was the plan all along.
All right. So first of all, I want to talk about Nello Angelo, or sorry, V there. I think that's a really cool touch, having him sort of be disgusted almost by these things. Because if you're not familiar, or if you don't know his identity yet, then that's going to be a huge hint as to who he is. I do really enjoy how they did that, because it's subtle enough that you could be mistaken for thinking that it's not. And I think I've already spoiled it, but just in case, I'm gonna hold off until the game confirms it. But you might be I sort of lost my train of thought there. So the way they play with his identity, I'll just start there. The way they play with his identity is subtle enough that you might be mistaken in thinking that he is like a brand new character. And I think that's not bad. I think I do almost wish that he was a brand new character, but I do think the explanation for him is pretty interesting. And now this fight, it plays like a co-op mission. Like, you see V throwing his guys around there, but for some reason it's AI controlled. I don't really know why, especially because this is a Link mission. It would have been easy enough to have it be a co-op section, like with section, or mission 13, I should say. The only thing I think of is maybe it's too hard on the system with the moving environment in the background, or I don't know, anything like that maybe. I couldn't really say for sure, but there's probably some technical reason for it. And here's our first introduction of the Proto-Angelos. And the normal shield guys are not that bad to fight, but I have a lot of grievances with the big guys here. And that is that they have way too much health. These things have the health that... These things have more health than some of the bosses in this game, which is absolutely insane. And they do more damage than a lot of the bosses in this game. And, like, they are a bit more interesting to fight than the behemoths, for example, or the Impusa Queens. But I think it's still a bit too much, because it's really easy to not get hit by them, especially as Nero. You just gotta jump around, and you can use Gerbara to counter his sword hits. I don't know if I'm gonna show any examples of that, but the timing's a little weird. But so you can do stuff like that. So it's really easy to not get hit by him, but he just has an insane amount of health, and I think it's just a little much. These guys are much more appropriate, I think. And they remind me a lot of the Angelos from DMC4. But I prefer the ones in DMC4 just because it feels a bit crunchier. It feels more powerful to hit them. I don't really have anything very very scientific analysis, I know, but yeah, that's really all the only way I can explain it. I also really enjoy the grab animation on the DMC4 counterparts more. The way you stab their lance through them and sort of send them across the battlefield, that's quite nice. This is one of the many enemies that just have really awkward Buster animations. I'm not sure if it's made that way on purpose to discourage Buster use, or if maybe it's just a personal preference. Maybe lots of other people are going to disagree and say that they like the Buster animations for some of these enemies, which is fine. You know, I can understand why you would like them, but just personally, I think the DMC4 animations were a bit more, a bit cooler. And yeah, you can just see how long this fight's going on. And unfortunately, V when you're playing as Nero, but Nero when you're playing as V, obviously, they get knocked out of the fight pretty early. I don't know if that's a Dante Must Die thing, or if on the earlier difficulties it happens that way as well. I don't really remember. And I think that's unfortunate. I think they should have kept them in, if only because these things have so much health. It would have made the fight a bit more tolerable, I should say. Because I think most people, after getting to like minute 5 of being on the same fight, and same enemies too, I don't think any of these enemies like have any additional spawns. I think it's just the enemies at the beginning you fight. Once you get to like minute 5 of that, it gets a little old, in my opinion anyways. And look at that, like he's not even devil triggered, I don't think, and that's barely doing any damage. Or no, he is devil triggered, but still it's a little much. And was that going to finish him off? No, yes, even that is a very high damage attack, and he's still just going for it. He's not even one of the Proto-Angelos, he's just one of the normal ones. It's just absolutely insane. But finally, they're whittled down.
Took us long enough to get here. What? Tired already?
I've just remembered something. This town was attacked once before.
Is that so?
I was here. I can still see it. In fact, I was playing right here. That was the house. This is where we part ways. You go ahead.
You're gonna miss all the fun.
No. I must seek out the Devil's Sword Sparda.
What? Yeah, I don't think that's such a good idea. Trust me.
You're not the only one who thinks so. But to win this fight, we're going to need all the help we can get.
Not the only one. What the hell aren't you telling me? Guess there's no point thinking about it. Perfect timing. Now we're starting to act like a team.
Ew. You like flirting with me? Knock it off. Get in the car. Oh my god.
was ever an option. Yeah. Time for some payback.
Alright, so here we are in Mission 8. Now this is the last mission we're going to see from Nero for a bit. And like I was saying last mission, this is the first one in the game that most people are probably going to have trouble S-ranking. And there's really no good reason why. It's just the stylish points are not really... They're kind of broken in some missions on this game. Like you see right there, I run past those enemies because they would lower my average overall. But that doesn't make any sense, you know, like, does that look stylish to just run past enemies, or would it be more stylish to actually fight them? That's what the DMC4, and I believe the other games are the same way, why their system of doing it is so much better, because it actually rewards you going out of your way to fight more enemies with more style points. Because that is more stylish, really. Yeah, you also saw this is the first mission. I guess aside from mission 6, I sort of changed up my breakers a bit, but first mission where I add in Ragtime, which we haven't seen before. I actually really like Ragtime. It sort of works like Quicksilver from DMC3. It has some uses. It's very specific, the uses it has, but it's a cool inclusion, I gotta say. The way I'm gonna be using it here, as you'll see right here, this is our first Fury fight in the game. And as Nero, he's easy enough to deal with. You just break the Ragtime and then use Buster Arm on him. And just like that, he's done. Now, normally, I like to talk about enemies when they get introduced into the game. But we are actually going to be skipping the cutscene that introduces the Furies later on in Mission 12. Or skipping the fight that introduces the Furies, I mean to say. So, I suppose I'll just talk about him a bit right now. As Nero, if you can get Ragtime on him and then grab him, then he's as good as done. If you don't have Ragtime, he's going to be a bit of an issue. And then same with Dante, he can be a bit of an issue too. Personally, I'm not the biggest fan of Furies. I think that they're, to me, what I see as their counterpart in DMC4 being... That sentence didn't make any sense. I see their counterpart in DMC4 as being the Blitz. And I think the Blitz is actually a much better designed enemy because it's just a bit more consistent. It's a bit more obvious when you can hit him with your gun. And the only time that he can be a little annoying in DMC4, sometimes you'll shoot him, and as you shoot, he teleports. But overall, it's much more obvious when you can and can't attack the Blitz. With the Fury, he's very inconsistent, and because he doesn't just disappear, he fades away, but sometimes as he's fading, he will be vulnerable to damage, sometimes he won't. Really what you're supposed to do is wait for him to attack you, and then counter him, and there's a few easy ways to do that. The problem is he has so much health that most Fury fights are going to take a really long time. If he had less health, like with most of the enemies in this game that I have a problem with, if he had less health, I don't think he'd be as big of a deal. But because he has so much health, it just makes the fight sort of last on and on and on. And really the only difficulty with him is getting impatient and trying to rush it. That's just about it. So speaking of an enemy I don't like, now here's an enemy that I really do enjoy, the Baphomets. I think that they are a lot of fun to fight. Their attacks are interesting and they're well telegraphed, they're easy enough to dodge. They have just the perfect amount of health, I think. They have a really cool Buster animation right here. Just knee the shit out of them. Overall, I really enjoy the Baphomets. They're one of the better new enemies in this game, I would think. Or I would say, I mean to say. And you combine him with one of the Proto-Angelos here. Fantastic, of course. But this fight with the Proto-Angelo, I actually don't mind. I don't mind the Proto-Angelos when they're by themselves like this. When they're backed up by other enemies, they can be a bit much. But But when it's set up to almost be like a mini boss like this, they're not bad. They're an enemy that I'm really mixed on because I do really think that they should have less health, but when you get to fight them one-on-one like this, it's not that bad. Especially because the oh wow, yeah, I keep failing that Buster Arm on them, huh? Yeah, so there he goes with his Devil Trigger, and that's a that's just a bitch. I was talking a bit earlier about the how I prefer the city versus the Qliphoth. We're pretty much done seeing the city at this point. We got mission I guess mission 9 is kind of still in the outskirts of the city, and then mission 11 same thing. But after that, we're pretty much done in the city. And I do kind of appreciate the stark contrast between the two different settings. That's interesting to me, but I do find the city to overall be a more interesting environment to explore. And I also, there's a few fights in this mission that I'm going to skip over, as I've skipped over a few already, or at least one. I don't know if I've skipped over more intended fights, but I'm curious with how easy it is to do this, if the developers intended it, and more specifically, a lot of the skips I'm going to be doing in mission 12. That's what I'm really curious about, if the devs intended you to be able to skip that stuff, because they made it really easy if it's not intended, and I'm glad they don't patch those ones, especially mission 12. I was really concerned they'd patch that. I don't know how they would, to be honest. I guess throw in like invisible walls or something, but yeah, I'm glad they didn't do that, because it just makes it a bit more fun, especially a mission like mission 12 that is so long. Obviously I'll talk more about that when we get to it. But yeah, here we got some basic platforming introduced too, and this is the bad kind of platforming in my opinion. Oh, all right, we got this fight first. I'll talk about that after. I think now I think about it, even on DMD here, this is our first instance of seeing the Baphomets, I believe. Which is a shame. I would have preferred to see more of these guys than some of the other enemies they use in Son of Sparta and up, because yeah, they are a lot of fun to fight. And here, is this the first time? I think this is the first time Nero fights the nobodies, and they're actually surprisingly fun to fight as Nero. You can launch them in the air, which is surprising. I wouldn't have guessed that, because I think even Dante has some trouble launching them in the air unless you real impact them, or I think Cavalier can maybe do that. I'm not sure, but yeah, they're surprisingly fun to fight. They're pretty easy to counter, and counter hits are just they're super satisfying. They build the style points. They're really fun to do. And they have one of the cooler Buster animations as well. So overall, fun enemy to fight. Even if they do have a bit too much health as well. They're much more tolerable than some of the other enemies in this game in terms of their health, though. Am I gonna get a Buster on him? Let's see. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, see, that seems very Bayonetta inspired to me. I don't know if that's just me or if that was what was intended, but it looks that way to me. So yeah, here we have the second instance of this platforming in this game, or in this mission, I should say. And it's not bad, but I definitely prefer platforming sections that you have a bit more initiative over. Just sort of waiting for it to take you up top. It's not really a whole lot of thought required, not any skill required. You just kind of have to hang out. You can see Nero looks like he's having a blast right there. And there you go. So I think that this is the first mission and only mission in this video that you're going to see me call for Nico at the at one of the payphones there. And something I have to really commend them on is all the unique cutscenes they made for Nico and her entrances in the missions. There's like so many of them, and they're all really well designed. Just take a look at this.
So, think you can make it all the way here?
Duh. Who do you think you're talking to?
Yeah, so for every single payphone in the game, there's a unique cutscene like that for Nico's entrance, and I really like the effort put into that. I think it's it just shows the love that went into this game, and I think even the development team probably see it as a miracle as well that this game got to be made, because I know I do. I've already talked about that, but yeah, the fact that this game even got made and how good it is, it's I just can't believe we live in a world where it got to happen. Best timeline right here, everyone. Well, best timeline, we still had to deal with the reboot, though. That's okay, though. As long as this game comes out, I'm cool.
Hey, douchebag. Miss me? Where's Dante? No body? No dried up Dante jerky? Nothing?
You've come here to die.
He talks. Your reason, huh? I bet your parents didn't like you much, because your name sucks.
I am without a name. I am power. Absolute.
Well, no name. I'll be sure to put that on your tombstone.
You will suffer and die.
I'll show you, deadweight.
Alright, so here we have the second encounter with Urizen, and as if this encounter couldn't get any more problematic, it finally does. I've already talked about why I really don't like the forced loss setup in DMC when we first fought him. But it gets even worse here, because I know that for me, when I first fought him, when I first played the game, and I'm sure lots of people are the same way, I thought this was another forced lose. So I'm pretty sure I just stood there and let him kill me, and turns out it's not a forced loss. You have to kill this crystal once, and then it becomes a forced loss. So not only is it a second forced loss encounter, but it's not even consistent with the first one. And then the next time we fight him in Mission 10, it works even differently again. So, you know, I just wanted a bit more consistency. That would be great there, Capcom. And I don't think I mentioned it last time, but I also don't like this because with the forced loss missions, it sort of takes away from your ability to do a no damage run. Because that's what I was really considering trying to do for this commentary, was a no damage run, but I didn't want to. I wanted to have the cutscenes in it too, so I couldn't win in the intended loss fights, because then I wouldn't get the cutscene, and I could have spliced it in, but I don't know. I just think it should be a bit more encouraged, rather. A no damage run should be a bit more encouraged.
Mortal. Demon power does not course through your veins, yet you try. How dare you strike me? You will regret being born useless and human.
So this is interesting. With Nero actually getting a hit on Urizen, does that mean he's more powerful than Dante was in the beginning of this game? Thereby making him more powerful than Dante in DMC1, therefore scaling him to be stronger than Mundus? I don't know if the devs thought that far ahead, but definitely interesting. Nero is a lot stronger than you would think he should be, given he's only a quarter demon. But I like it, because I like Nero, man.
Nearly human. Petulant mortal flesh. Cursed the moment you were brought into this world. Who dares interfere? What creature stands against a king?
Is that a demon?
You could have at least knocked, Morrison.
Yeah, I could have. I got some good news and some bad news. Pick your poison. Which you want to hear first?
Just speak.
Bad news it is. Lady Patty's feathers are all ruffled. See, she wants to invite you to her birthday party, but your phone is disconnected.
You're a smart one, Morrison. You noticed the electric and water out too?
I expected nothing less.
So what's the good news?
Oh, I got a gig. Cash up front.
Cash up front. This I like. The water needs turning on and those toilets need flushing.
Water, gas, and power. Coming out of your cut. You're a real agency now.
Devil may cry.
Dante, do you have any idea how many times I've tried to call? Like a zillion. Oh my god, tonight's my birthday party. Yeah, I'm turning 18. Not a little kid.
Okay, Morrison, I'll take you up on that gig, but only if you can get me out of that hellish birthday party.
Consider your RSVP declined. Meet your new client. Listen, I'm gonna find Lady and Trish. Bring him in on this.
What? Come on, you don't think I can handle this gig on my own?
It's a big job. Big job, Dante. You're gonna need the help.
So, what's your name?
I have no name. I am but 2 days old. Just kidding. You can call me V.
Okay, V. Why don't you tell me everything about this job?
A powerful demon is about to resurrect, and we need your help, Dante.
Now that's a familiar tune. Do you have any idea how many times I've heard that exact same line?
This is special.
Special. Okay. So what's so special about this one?
This demon is your reason. Your reason for fighting.
This demon got a name?
What the hell? Shoot.
Did you find it?
Well, I don't know what I found, but I think I saw some demons dancing.
Well, then I guess we keep going. The Devil's Sword Sparta is nearby.
Alright, so here we are with V's longest mission, and probably one of my least favorite missions in the game. It's, well, you know, it's not that bad, I guess, but it is really long, and it's V, so there's not much to talk about concerning V. At least I don't have a whole lot to say about him, so I've set a few topics aside for missions like this. But first we're getting introduced to Behemoth here. So out of the big tank enemies, which to me, I consider the tank enemies to be Behemoth and the Queen Empusa, and then arguably the Proto-Angelos and the Nobodies. But I think the Behemoths are my favorite, and I can't really put a finger on why that is. I think it has to do with their armor. It's just, it's really satisfying to break their armor. I think they have 2 levels of the armor that you can break, or at least 1, and something about that just makes them a lot more satisfying to fight than the Empusas or the Nobodies. And they don't run away from you and block any of your attacks like the Proto-Angelos, so you have that going for him as well. But yeah, so as for this mission, what was I going to talk about? I kind of wanted to talk about the story in this game, and I guess the whole series, and I don't know about so much the story as in recounting events, but sort of what the story means to me, what these characters mean to me, and how they've affected the community as a whole. And before we get into any of that, what I want to really talk about is I guess what the audience behind these games takes from the story. And by that, really, what I'm trying to say in sort of a more professional way, I guess, is I want to talk about the memes that these games have spawned. I don't know why these games have spawned so many inside jokes, so many memes, so much stuff like that. Because, you know, my gut reaction is to say it's caused by just, you know, sort of the over-the-top and sort of lighthearted nature of these stories, but then other games have similar styles to this. You know, think of Bayonetta or God Hand, or, you know, I'm sort of blanking there, but there's plenty of games, I assure you. But none of them have been memed up and really joked about quite as much as Devil May Cry, and I don't really know why that is. I guess the initial, or the easiest way to point at a reason for that, I guess, would be the fact that we have so much more material with the Devil May Cry games. You know, Bayonetta just has 2 games, God Hand has 1. Yeah, I'm blanking on any other ones for some reason, but those are the closest games to Devil May Cry in my mind, at least that I can think of at the moment. So I guess that's why they're popping into my head. Oh, also right here, I tried to skip this fight, but I absolutely failed it. Basically, the way you would skip this fight is you're supposed to activate V's little like skateboarding that he does with Shadow there, and launch yourself from that cliff, and then you double jump with Griffin, and then once you have to let go of Griffin, you R1 and circle. You know, you teleport forward, and then you smack your cane in the air a few times, and if done right, you'll land outside the trigger for this fight. And I tried to do that, but I absolutely botched it. It's been a while since I did it. But yeah, I usually do it for this fight because I do not like fighting the Judecas, and there's 2 of them there. But anyways, yeah, so there's more material, which is probably one of the reasons why these games get memed so much. And I think it's just because the characters are so... They have strong personalities, and they play off each other really well. And I think the playing off each other really well is really key. Because a character like Bayonetta does have a strong personality, but she's really the only memorable character in her game, in my opinion. You know, this might be heresy. I'm not the biggest fan of Bayonetta, so definitely don't take my word on anything said about Bayonetta. It's just not really my cup of tea. The gameplay's fine, but it's never struck a chord with me quite as much as DMC has, and the story and the characters are pretty uninteresting to me. You know, I apologize if you're a huge fan of Bayonetta, but it's just not my cup of tea. And then something like God Hand, I think, is just too obscure, really, for a lot of memes like that to come out. Yeah, I've resorted to talking about memes in this video, ladies and gentlemen. This is where we're at. I recognize I'm no Matthew Matosis or anything, so I'm just an idiot word vomiting over some mediocre gameplay. But hopefully it's entertaining, and if you're still watching 3 hours in, it's like almost exactly 3 hours, look at that, then hopefully you're getting some sort of entertainment out of it. Shit, I keep getting sidetracked. What was I talking about? Memes, talking about stories. Oh yeah, so I guess really the topic of memes came to my head when I was thinking about the story and thinking about how much these characters mean to people, that they would go to create sort of these memes, I guess. I'm trying to think of a better way to phrase this. I guess it's sort of these characters and these stories inspire fan content creation surrounding them. I don't know. Maybe I should move on because I'm sort of struggling how to word this stuff. But yeah, these stories have really struck a chord with me, and I know many other people. And it's because these characters are just so memorable. And I think that V is a really good addition to the cast. I think I already talked about it. I really enjoy his him reading poetry. His whole poetry thing. You know, I was thinking about a way to word it the other day. And I think the best way I could say it is him reading poetry like he does all the time. It strikes me as something that you might do. You know, you ever have any of those characters in games or movies or books or whatever when you're younger that does something and you think, that is so cool, I'm gonna do that, and then you do it and you realize, oh no, that doesn't translate really well, I can't pull that, you know what I mean? I feel like V's poetry is one of those things where if I was like a 7-year-old playing this game, I might try and do that and think it's cool, and then be like, oh no, that's weird. Am I weird for saying that? Does anybody else know what I'm talking about? Anyone else have anything like that? I don't know. Maybe I'm just a psycho. But yeah, the story in this game is pretty good. I don't think it's as good as DMC3. It sort of goes back to the more, I don't want to say serious style that DMC3 has, but it definitely isn't quite as lighthearted as at least Dante's sections in DMC4 are. And I gotta say, I definitely do miss Crazy Dante from DMC4. It's sad to lose him, but I think overall the story is served a bit better to be a bit more dramatic, but it still doesn't take itself too seriously, which is a good thing in my eyes. It does seem to have adopted some weird trends from what I have to imagine is some influence from the reboot. Like, the characters swear now, and I'm certainly not some prude around language. I mean, I probably dropped quite a few in this video anyways, but it's a little odd to have that introduced into this game, considering the whole idea behind Dante in the beginning was, you know, he's a character that can be cool without drinking, swearing, or smoking, right? So I think it would have been better if they kept Dante a bit cleaner, and then maybe just if they wanted to spice up their dialogue a bit, give that to Nero. But you know, at the end of the day, it's not a huge deal. It's just if I had to find something to nitpick, it would definitely be that. But, you know, like I said, not a huge deal. As for the events in this story, I know that some people get a little, or I should say they shit, how am I trying to phrase this? Some people were a little disappointed, I should say, that that this game copies a bit of DMC3's general structure. And also, I real quickly, to get away from that, what I'm doing here, I don't think I talked about it in DMC4, I don't remember, but in these games, when enemies are off camera, they cannot attack you. If they have an attack, like winding up and then you swing them off camera, they can still hit you, but they won't start an attack if they're off camera. And it's really bizarre. I've seen lots of people attribute this to Bayonetta. You know, they talk about this mechanic that's, oh yeah, the off-camera mechanic from Bayonetta, which is weird to me because the way I know it is it started in definitely DMC3. I don't remember if it's in DMC1, but definitely DMC3 has it. So to me, it's a Devil May Cry mechanic, not a Bayonetta mechanic. I don't know. That might just be me. And I hate these enemies, by the way. These weird, I don't remember what they're called. They're going to come up later. I'll talk more about them when they get introduced, I guess, but I don't care for them. But yeah, to get back to the story, it takes a bit of flack for sort of being very similar to events in DMC3. And yeah, I can see that. To me, I don't care that much because these stories are definitely more character focused to me as opposed to plot focused. So all the plot really should be is a framing device to have these characters do cool stuff, to do fun stuff, to have meaningful interactions. And I think that this game uses the framing of the plot to do that very well. Here I am using all these words. I am no narrative analyzer or whatever you want to call that. I'm just a dude who likes fun action games. That's what I am. Shit. Do I have any more points on the story? I guess the only other thing, because I'm glad that the only real influence the reboots had on this is the language used. At least I think, you know, obviously I have no insider information. I have to imagine that that's probably one of the influences. But yeah, it's a good story overall. It's a very good story. I guess the other thing, to move on to the second topic I've set aside here, I want to talk a bit about Virgil's gameplay. I mentioned him a bit earlier and how I was thinking about doing V's missions as Virgil and splicing him in, but yeah, I sort of decided against it just because I don't know. It seemed like for a video called Devil May Cry 5 commentary, it should be the game itself. But since we won't be seeing any Virgil gameplay, I'll just talk about him a bit. I think he has never been in better form than he is here. This is Virgil's game as far as I'm concerned. If I'm gonna boot up Devil May Cry 5, most likely I'm gonna be playing as Virgil or Dante. Even though I love Nero. Nero's much better in DMC4 in my opinion. But Virgil is fantastic. His judgment cut, or his just judgment cuts, I should say, are very cool. And the fact that you can string them together, which I don't think was possible in DMC4. I have gone back and messed around with DMC4 Virgil a bit now that I understand him a bit more from playing him in this game. And the Just Judgment cuts are in the game, but it doesn't seem like you can... Oh, excuse me. It doesn't seem like you can chain them quite as much as you can in this game. And then I really like the addition of the sort of Judgment Cut end style moves that his other weapons have. I don't remember what they're called, but with Mirage Edge, you sort of do a move, I guess similar to Breaking Helter Skelter as Nero, where you sort of fly directly into an enemy and break their guard. And then or with Beowulf, I should say, you just, that's the move you use to melt bosses. You basically just punch the ground and everything flies in the air and does massive damage. When you're on Son of Sparta mode, using that move, you can use like 4 of them and kill Goliath in like 4 hits. It's insane. Just to get back to the current gameplay here. This is the problem with V's gameplay. Because look at this. This takes no skill. They can't get me up here. I'm just waiting and chipping away at these Proto-Angelos, and they have more health than most bosses. And it's just not fun. It's a big problem with V's gameplay. They should have had him do more damage. And I'm sure there is ways to do more damage consistently with him that I'm just not familiar with. But yeah, I don't know. If he is meant to be the noob character, which that's what I think he is, then he should have it should have been easier to deal out more damage, I think. But I don't know. I'm sure there's somebody who's gonna watch this and just tell me that I don't know shit about V, and you know, that's fair, because I don't know shit about V. I haven't put that much time into him. Just because it's not the type of gameplay I like in these kind of games. But yeah, did I have any more to say about Virgil's gameplay? I kind of like the changes they made to the concentration gauge. They made it a bit more a bit easier to use, with how instead of just being a bar that's either full or it's not, there's different levels to the concentration now, which is very cool. It takes a bit away from the skill needed to play as Virgil, but I mean, it's not a huge deal in my eyes, especially since now that they have Judgment Cut spam you can do. It's really easy to build concentration, so may as well just let you get to those moves faster. But that might just be me as a inexperienced DMC4 Virgil player talking. Because yeah, I can never quite figure him out in DMC4, but I love him in this game. He's fantastic. I just wish the PC got a Legendary Dark Knight as well as Turbo mode. That would be fantastic. Yeah, so this fight is still going on, which is it's not taking as long as I remembered it, or as I felt like it was when I was recording it anyway, so that's good. Ugh. I actually really enjoy having this spot up here to stand free from danger. I kind of wish there was more arenas built with areas like this that maybe weren't obvious, but if you were an attentive player and you figured it out, then you could just stand and let your minions do it and be out of harm's way. Maybe there is, and I'm not familiar with it, but I don't know. Yeah, there's not a whole lot to say about V, which is why I'm sort of struggling here. And yeah, I actually really like, just to go back to the story, I guess, I like the way these events are being shown to the player. They're not shown in chronological order, but they're shown in a interesting order. They're shown, what's the best way to word it? It's showing you scenes in the order that you need to see them. No, that doesn't make any sense, because I don't know. I'm just gonna get away from that. I'm certainly no narrative analyzer or anything. I'm not even a gameplay analyzer. Like I said, I'm just word vomiting over my gameplay. So, I should probably try to stick away from in-depth analysis.
This presence.
Whoa, this is some kind of ritual shindig, isn't it? You guys got the dance fever for Sparta, don't you? Whoa, easy on the dance floor there, partner.
I'll be taking that back. You know your endless worshipping isn't making the Sparta any happier.
Alright, so here's the official introduction of the Nobodies, which I've already talked quite a bit about them. I remember I was really nervous when these first popped up in the game. I don't remember if they were in any trailers or not, but yeah, when they first popped up in the game, I was scared because I remember them being one of the harder enemies to fight in DMC 1. It's been a long time since I've played, so I might be wrong about that, but I seem to recall them being really difficult in that game. But they're quite a bit easier in this game. Especially as Nero, you can really just fly around, and grabbing them is very cool. And then V, of course, like every enemy, you just kind of stand there and I don't know how I got hit there. That was weird. But yeah, you just kind of stand there, hit your buttons, call Nightmare when you can. You know, there's there's not a whole lot to dissect with V's gameplay. There's really not. He's fine on most difficulties. On Hell and Hell, there's some issues, but I'm going to wait till Mission 14 to talk about that. Because Mission 14, Hell and Hell, is where the problems really start to show themselves. But, as for now, I don't really know what to say. Thank God, though, this is going to be our last V mission for a while, and we're actually going to get to Dante next mission, and there's a whole lot to say about Dante, I assure you. If you played this game, then you know that, because Dante is insane in this game. Yeah, see, look at that. Look at how much health this guy still has. Absolutely insane. It doesn't make any sense because I feel like with Behemoth, which has more health, I think, than the Nobodies, I feel like V can take out Behemoth a lot quicker. But I guess not. But at least that's it for Mission 9 for now. Thank God.
It seems this sword is still too strong for me.
So close, though. So close. You got a lot of heart, kid. You really do. But you're a bit of a sissy in the strength department. Oh, hey. No offense, you know.
That kid Nero, he has the strength.
It speaks.
Dante.
I don't even have the words. He's alive. He's alive.
The Devil's Sword Sparta was concealing Dante's presence.
How does one friggin' guy have so much luck, huh? V? No, no, no. Get a grip on yourself now. Come on.
If only you could defeat Urizen. If only... No.
V, no, no, no.
If only you never existed. Then I...
Don't do it, V. No, no, no!
Come here. You need to hide, Dante. No matter what happens, you mustn't leave. I need to find Virgil. I promise I'll be back. I know this is hard. You must listen to me. Be a big boy. A man, huh? If I don't return, you must run. By yourself, alone. You must change your name. Forget your past and start a new life. As someone else. A new beginning. Virgil! Where are you, Virgil?
For a second there, I thought you were gonna shish kebab me.
I know how stubborn you can be. I thought it might be the only way to wake you.
What day is it?
The 15th of June.
A month?
No wonder I'm so stiff.
Right, Sunshine. Now put a fire under it. We gotta get going because that annoying pimple Nero is making a beeline for Urizen, and if he gets there, he's gonna...
Hey, this is my gig. Leave Nero out of this.
If you could defeat Urizen, then I never would have dreamed of using that child. But Urizen is much stronger than we ever could have imagined.
Oh, it stinks in here.
I know. Smells like hot garbage.
This is far worse than I thought.
There's no crime in turning tail, V. These things might be a little too much for you.
You're right. I'll leave the rest to you.
What? Whoa, whoa, whoa. My, V. All the way down here and turning tail, really? Huh?
One must always have an insurance policy.
Who was that guy? Can't believe he just ran.
No one special? Come on. Let's go clean up this garbage.
First come, first serve on the targets, right?
Music to my ears. Hurry up, Dante!
Guess I get to see it with my own eyes. If it really is you.
Alright, so here we are, finally introduced to Dante. Now, I want to talk a lot about... I can't even talk. I have a lot to say about this mission. But first, I kind of want to talk about that flashback we just saw in the story. And I think it's really cool that we finally get to actually see sort of Mundus's demon attack on the Sparta children, I should say. And I actually learned very recently, because I haven't read any of the prequel novels or anything, but I learned very recently that what was going on with Virgil that whole time is apparently he got cornered in a graveyard, I believe, and he got impaled by Yamato because I think one of the demons stole it from him, maybe. And that awakened his Devil Trigger, and that's sort of why he's so much above Dante in DMC3, because he's had his Devil Trigger since he was like 8 years old or whatever, and he's been training ever since then. Whereas Dante, he just kind of fucks around, really. He doesn't take it super seriously. I just thought that was interesting. But yeah, this is the mission I've been waiting for, to really talk about the style system, because the style on this mission is completely broken, in my opinion. Now, it's not... I don't think it's the hardest mission to S-rank. I kept failing the real impact there. I think the hardest mission to S-rank, in my opinion, at least if you're doing it legit, is Mission 18. Mission 18 is pretty easy to no damage with Faust, and that's the way I'm going to be doing it in this commentary. But as for this mission, it really shows the big issues with the style averaging system that this game has. And what I like, in some ways, I think I have the answers as to why it's broken, but then a lot of it doesn't make any sense, because there's some fights, like for example, there's a Fury fight in this mission that obviously it's just one enemy, so you're not going to have enough style points to keep your average up. But then this fight up here, which has lots of enemies, and I want to say I keep SSS most of the time throughout this fight, but it almost always lowers my average down like pretty significantly, and I really don't know why, because there's lots of enemies here, so it shouldn't. But yeah, and that's the big problem with using the average system, because like I was just talking about the Fury there. In any of the other games where it's based on total actual style points you accumulate, then smaller fights like that wouldn't be a big deal, because they would just add to your points, even if it's a minuscule amount that it's adding. But whereas when it's based on an average, and one Fury is considered a fight in the same way that Queen and Pusa was, and the same way that this is, then of course it's going to take your average down. If they really were insistent on keeping this average system, what I would have done is scaled it so that each encounter had its had like a threshold, I guess I'd say. So like, for example, on the Queen and Pusa fight, maybe you need 6,000 style points for it to be considered an S ranked encounter. Maybe for this one you need 4,000. Maybe for the Fury you just need 1,000, you know? Whereas how it seems like it is it's everything is every fight is considered equal as far as the stylish rating is concerned, and I think that was a big mistake. I think it was a really big mistake, because if it worked properly, then I don't really have a problem with the average system. But because a lot of the times it does work properly, you know, for most of the game it actually does work. It's just this mission and Mission 18 and arguably Mission 12. I've never had a big problem S-ranking Mission 12 though. And you'll see why, I think, because I skip a lot of the fights, but yeah, so I guess that's my main thoughts on that system. If anything else comes up, then I'm sure I'll mention it. But yeah, basically there's certain missions where it's just broken. That's all there is to say, really. But we're about to get to introduce to one of my favorite enemies to fight in this game. And I don't see them talked about that much, but I find them to be really fun to fight. So the Chaos are a lot of fun to fight for me, and I don't really know why. I think the big reason, if I had to think of one reason to why these are satisfying to me, it's because similar to the Behemoths, they have I guess they don't have armor to break, but you can break those spikes and they can't roll anymore, and they're pretty useless. And it's really satisfying to me to get those things to break. It's a little weird though, it's very inconsistent on what'll actually break them, I find. You know, sometimes all I need to do is one combo with Cavalier and they're broken. But sometimes, like this guy here, just for whatever reason, he will never have his spikes get broken. Like, see, I killed, or he's almost dead, but his spikes are not broken. I don't really understand. Because for a while there, I thought I had it figured out, but I don't know. I'm sure there is a consistent way that I just don't know, but it's a little weird. And there you go. But yeah, they're easy enough to dodge with Trickster. They can be a little difficult to deal with when they get thrown in with other enemies, but overall, I think they're a good addition to the game. Alright, so I guess what else do I have to talk about in this mission? Well, it's our first Dante mission, so I suppose I should say a little bit about Dante, huh? And Dante, to me, I think this is the best he's ever played. Sure, he's not quite as deep as DMC4 because of the lack of inertia, but the fact that these enemies actually are built with Dante in mind, and the weapons that Dante has in this game, not to mention the ability that they give you to sort of mix and match your weapons. You know, if you only want to go in with 2 weapons, you can do that. If you want every single weapon in the game equipped, you can do that. And I think adding that customizability is really, it's a really good idea, and it really helps for people that can't juggle a whole lot of stuff at once. So, like, for example, I have Faust equipped right now because I thought I might use it this mission, but I don't end up using it this mission. But usually I'll just have the pistols and the shotgun equipped because although I feel like I'm pretty good at swapping around my weapons, I often tend to get lost when it comes to my guns, and all I really use are the pistols and the shotgun. So I tend to so yeah, I just tend to keep those on me. But then for people that can swap between everything, then they have the ability to do that. So it's really nice. As for Dante's weapons, at this point, like in New Game, you would just have Rebellion, of course. And as much as I love the Devil Sword Dante, it kind of makes me sad that it turns Rebellion and Sparta into basically being useless. Like, there's no reason to use either of them once you get the Devil Sword Dante. I guess the only reason you might use them is if you like using Prop Shutter a lot, because then it's just one button to get to it, whereas with Devil Sword Sparta, it's or Devil Sword Dante, I mean to say, it's a pause combo to get to the Prop Shutter. But that's the only thing I can think of, the only reason why you might want to use the old ones. I'll talk more about Devil Sword Sparta later, but I guess I should talk about it now since I might not have time later. Yeah, Devil Sword Sparta I think is a good addition. I think it's really nice that they integrated Swordmaster's air combos into the moveset, because that's really one of the reasons why most people are going to be stuck on Swordmaster the whole time they're playing, because air combos are just too useful. They're too useful to not have. And if you're able to swap styles pretty well, which I think I'm okay at it, I'm by no means an expert at style swapping, but if you can swap styles efficiently, then that's never been an issue. But for a lot of people, for the casual player, I assume it was probably a really good addition. Speaking of styles, let's just talk about that. There's not really any change from the styles from DMC4, at least not that I can think of. It is a little sad that Darkslayer's gone, though obviously story-wise it makes sense. Dante doesn't have the Yamato. I kind of wish they did add a 5th style into the game. I don't really know what they could add. Maybe add Quicksilver back. That would have been cool. Yeah, I don't really know what else they could do, but it would have been nice to have a brand new style even. But yeah, as it is, we got Trickster, Swordmaster, Gunslinger, and Royal Guard back. And Royal Guard is a lot of fun in this game because, like, it could be argued that they made it a bit more casual because, honestly, that is what they did. But But I think it works. It encourages more people to experiment with it. And it still does require a lot of skill, but the thing I like about it is now, if you were to hold down the button, for example, or just mistime your guard for whatever reason, whereas in the old games you would take damage and take a considerable amount too. In this game, if you have Devil Trigger, like the Devil Trigger gauge filled up at all, then you won't take damage, but it'll drain some Devil Trigger. Oh, real quick. If you want to skip the fight up ahead, then walk into this room, trigger this fight, walk out, and move on. And for whatever reason, the fight in that long hallway won't spawn. I have no idea why that works, and that's what I was doing for a lot of my attempts on this mission. But I later found out that doing this room, at least in my case, once the Queen Impusa spawns, you can build up enough style points that it actually brings your average up. Which is, again, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense why one Queen Impusa does so much for your stylish points, but a whole room full of grunts doesn't. I don't know why that is, but whatever. So if you're having trouble with this mission, then I'd highly recommend doing this optional fight here. What was I talking about? Right, Royal Guard. So it helps inexperienced players avoid taking damage if they want to just use it as a regular old block. But the frame properties for the frame perfect guards, at least I think they're still the same, which is to say a 6-frame window to get the perfect guard. So I got no problem with them adding in that other feature. Let's see. We got Gunslinger. Gunslinger still acts the exact same. One thing that's interesting is they give you 2 rainstorms per I'm not sure the term for it, but you can do 2 rainstorms where you have to reset your moves by doing a jump cancel or a double jump. And that's nice. And I would have preferred to have inertia in this game, but they do at least give you the ability to control Dante's motion as he's using Rainstorm. So that's nice. They obviously brought back the shotgun stinger, which I'm a big fan of. And they added in so it's a lot easier to do it multiple times, and it stays stylish. You don't just repeat the same animation. Dante does some like cool backflips and shit, which I like. Trickster's pretty much the same as always. I really like they took out the delay that there used to be for trickstering on the ground back to back, which is nice. It just makes traversal a bit more enjoyable as Dante. You can really just fly through missions. It does make dodging certain enemies a bit too easy. You know, you saw me in the room where these guys got introduced, where the Chaosids got introduced. You can just trickster all the way around, and they can't really hit you unless you're just sleeping and stop dashing. And you'll see me at the end of the mission use it too for Urizen. But it's nice. And then I want to say when you have Devil Sword Dante in your inventory, when you're Devil Triggered, you can do 3 air dashes with it, which I think is an upgrade. I want to say in DMC4 you just had 2 in Devil Trigger. I could be wrong about that, but I think that's the case. And then Swordmaster. Swordmaster is Swordmaster. It's pretty much the same. Got your real impact. Got your aerial rays for the normal swords. Got some summon swords with Devil Sword Dante. Yeah, it's the same as it's always been. The real treat behind Dante's moveset is the Sin Devil Trigger, and more importantly, the quadruple S ability. I think is very cool. I don't know if I'm dumb or if the game explained it poorly, but for the longest time I didn't understand what the hell it was. I read the skill over and over again, the explanation, but again, maybe I'm just dumb, but I could not figure out what the hell it was talking about for the longest time. But once I figured it out, I realized how cool it is, and then it turns style system into an actual use in combat. Whereas before, some players might play this game and not care about their style, they just want to play it to get through it, which, you know, it's hard to say that there's a wrong way to play these games necessarily, but in my opinion, that's sort of missing the point of these games if you were to do that. But I'm sure there were players that did do that. But with the addition of the quadruple S, it encourages players who would normally play like that to actually go for those triple S's because there's actual use for it in combat. So I think it's really cool, and I think it's a good way to reward players that are playing the game well. Just give them that extra ability to deal some real damage. But did I do that by accident? I don't remember. I guess, you know what? I think I did that on purpose there. Went to normal Sin Devil Trigger, but it does bring me to what I want to say, which is it's kind of annoying a lot of the time when you'll go for the Sin Devil Trigger, or for the quadruple S, I mean to say, and you'll lose your quadruple S, or your triple S, I should say, and then you accidentally actually use it. So for that reason, I kind of wish that that when you got hit, or if say you're styled. Okay, actually, you know what? There's two ways to fix this, in my opinion. Either one, after you've charged up your Sin Devil Trigger and you're about to use it, if you drop below your triple S, then the recharge should reset. Or they should make it so it's you just have to tap the button when you're in quadruple S. I don't know about that actually, because then you can't use your normal Devil Trigger in triple S. I wish they should, if they had another button, then maybe they could do that. Or maybe you double tap it real quick or something to enter it, just to make it a bit quicker to enter your Sin Devil Trigger in triple S. I'm not really sure. I'm sort of drawing a blank for how to fix that problem. It's arguable that even is a problem, because I'm sure the response is, well, just be a bit more aware, you know, when your styles drop too low. But I don't know. I do wish there was some way to sort of mitigate that. I don't know what it would be, like I said, but I'm kind of happy with how this mission's playing out. In my head, I had it that I got a bit of the commentator's curse, where my S rank for this mission ended up being the one that I looked the least stylish on. But I'm pretty happy with this gameplay so far. It's not bad. And we're almost at Urizen here. And since I don't think I'm going to have too much time to talk about it when we get to him, what I want to say is I really enjoy that how it's handled in this mission, and I think it should have been this way for all the missions, which is you can no damage this mission despite having the forced loss fight, because if you just trickster around for, I don't know how long it is, maybe like a minute, and don't get hit, then the mission will end. And it would take away from your ability to kill him and get the secret ending. So what I would do if I were, you know, in charge of redesigning that fight for whatever reason, I would make it so that all the forced loss fights with him, if you dodge around and don't get hit for, you know, whatever certain amount of time, for say a minute, and you don't do any damage to Urizen, then it automatically triggers the end of the fight, and that's a good way to no damage him. Or if you wanted to kill him, then once you do some damage to him, then maybe that timer resets or something. I'm not 100% sure, but that's something I would like to see. Whereas as it is, if you want to no damage this game, then you have to beat every single encounter with Urizen, which is a little much in my opinion. Well, every single one minus this one, of course.
King of stench and filth. I'm impressed. Those are two of the most badass women in the world. And I only know one other guy who can defeat them. Jackpot.
Dante.
I gotta say, how is Lady not dead? Like, I know she's badass, but how does one smack from Urizen not turn her into jelly? I don't really understand. But, yeah, here's Urizen, and this is and this is, like I said, I think the ideal way to handle this fight. You just have to survive for however much time. And like, if you could do this for the other Urizen encounters, I would have actually probably considered doing a no damage run, or tried to do a no damage run, I should say, of this game for this video. But as it is, I didn't want to beat every single encounter of Urizen, especially the second one with Nero would have been pretty annoying. But yeah. So if you are struggling mad getting the style points for this mission, I would highly recommend just trying to no damage this mission using Faust, and then just dodging this guy until the mission ends. And it's pretty stressful because if you don't have the orbs for it, then it's quite the investment to get this far in using Faust. But you know, you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. You gotta do what you gotta do. I'm not sure if you do have to do any damage to him to end the fight. Oh, there you go. Perfect. That's mission 10.
Nero was completely useless.
Get Nero out of here! This is a bad move! Nero, go! You're just dead weight!
That bastard called me deadweight! I didn't come all this way for nothing!
Sword Sparta no longer serves a purpose. I have plans for the both of you. You will exist to give me strength. How fortunate to serve such divine purpose.
All right. Enough's enough. Can't let a boy do a man's job.
Hey, wait. I'm not done talking yet.
Okay, you get some rest. By the way, I guess I owe you one.
So mission 11 coming right after mission 10 just goes to even further reinforce how weird and broken the stylish rating system is. Whereas on mission 10 you have to play so sweaty just to even barely get your S rank. On this mission, all you have to do really is beat the mission, and you will most likely have an S rank. Now, this was my second time doing the DMD S ranks on this game. I had already gone through when I went and mopped up all the achievements. And I remember the first time I S ranked this mission, I actually died on the boss and I gold orbed, and I still got the S rank somehow. So it just doesn't make any sense how there's a mission like this where the fights aren't really that different. I feel like the fights in this mission have a similar amount of enemies, similar kinds of enemies even. And you can die on this mission and still get the S rank, but yeah, you have to try so hard on mission 10 just to even come close, and it just doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's intentional. I would hope it's intentional, I guess, because otherwise why have they not fixed it yet? I guess I should say I think it's intentional rather than I hope it's intentional. But I don't know, it's just bizarre. It's really bizarre, that's all I have to say about it. Another thing that's annoying about this game that you won't see that much, you'll see, I think you only saw me go into the customization menu once, I think, for getting the Buster arms, or the Devil Breakers, I should say, for Nero. But I wish it was faster to go into the customization menu. Now, from what I understand, the reason why it takes so long is something to do with the RE engine. It has to load in like a whole new scene when you go into the customization menu. And I don't really know why it couldn't have just been a simple menu, because I'm sure that would have been a lot faster to load if it required any loading at all. And I know, at least personally, I would much prefer a better functioning system rather than one that looks pretty, you know? Especially as Nero, because with Nero you're going to want to be swapping out your Devil Breakers pretty often. Because at least as Dante, and it's true of Nero too, you have your setups that you can cycle between, so it should hopefully minimize the amount of time you have to go in there. But as Nero, you only have 3 magazines, as they call it, so if you have any Devil Breakers you want to try out, or if there's one mission that maybe you want to play a certain way, like that's what happened to me on mission 8. That's the only real time that I used that setup in the beginning of a ragtime in my secondary, or in my second in the order, I should say. So I had to go in there. So if it was quicker, it would encourage experimentation more, both with the Devil Breakers and maybe with weapons in Dante's setup that maybe some people don't use. But I don't know, I'm sure they have their reason for it. And even on a SSD, which is what I have this game loaded to, the loading times take like anywhere from 5 to 10 seconds, which isn't that bad, but it's still discouraging enough that I try to stay out of it whenever I can. And this is a pretty frustrating Fury fight because it combines with these weird tentacle enemies, which I don't really understand the point of these tentacle enemies, because a lot of the times they will give you health, but not all the time. So it's just one of those enemies that I don't know the purpose of in the game. I guess to smack on and get more Devil Trigger. I really don't know the purpose of them being in the game, but whatever. They're a lot less annoying than some of the enemies in the series have been. I would take these things over the faults any days, that's for sure. So I guess I normally prefer to talk about Dante's items for when he gets them, but at this point the game's going to be moving pretty fast paced, and we're only going to have one Dante mission. We're only going to have, I guess, 2 more Dante missions that aren't just bosses, basically. So I'm going to talk about at least a couple of weapons early. The first one I want to talk about is Cerberus. Cerberus is one that, for the longest time in this game, I didn't actually use because I didn't really like it that much in DMC3, which I think might be some heresy, but yeah, personally, it wasn't my cup of tea there. I really preferred Beowulf for the most part, or yeah, Beowulf, that's right. So yeah, for the longest time I didn't use it, and then eventually I did throw it on there just to try it out, and honestly, it completely changed the way I think about this game, which sounds silly because it is just one weapon, but God, is it a whole lot of fun in this game. I think the reason I don't like it in DMC3 is because you can only have 2 weapons, and usually there's just something else I prefer over Cerberus. But being able to swap through everything on Dante in this game, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. That's all I have to say about it. The other weapon in this game that that I really want to talk about is Faust. Now, I'm not going to use Faust that much. There's a couple instances where I use it. I'm going to use it next mission, and I'm going to use it once in mission 16, I believe. And that's because it's very, very powerful, so I try to stay away from cheesing it. The only time where I will use it is on mission 18, which I already said, because I have a lot of trouble with that mission. But I actually really like Faust as a concept, since they did get rid of items such as healing and holy water specifically. Faust sort of acts in their stead, in my opinion. Whereas instead of buying a holy water and using it, now you can just use, say, a meteor, or even just use the regular shooting mechanic, as Faust is very powerful. One thing I wish they did add in is, and for all I know it is in here, and I just don't know about it, but I wish they add in the ability to heal with Faust, maybe, and then that would, like, fully replace all your items. I don't really know how they could do that. Maybe some sort of ability to suck the enemy's health out, maybe, and then that would cost you orbs, obviously, like everything does with Faust. I don't really have anything off the top of my head, but I think a few more utilities other than just damage could have been pretty cool with Faust. It is I think I prefer Faust overall to Pandora. It's just a bit more, because it's similar to Pandora, where it has so many different ways to use it, but it's a bit more balanced. Well, I guess balance is probably not the right word, but it's a bit more useful, and since it does give those red orbs a purpose beyond buying upgrades, which most people are gonna have all of them bought pretty quickly. Let's see, what else? I guess I'll talk. I already talked a bit about the Devil Sword Dante. I think it's a very good addition to the game. Oh, Balrog. Balrog is a cool design. I can't decide whether I like or dislike the heat up mechanic for real impact. I'll wait till after this cutscene. Yeah, so I can't decide whether I like or dislike the heat up mechanic with Balrog. Part of me says, you know, just give me the moves right away. Like it's sort of the problem I had with God of War Ascension, which I think lots of people didn't end up playing, but I'm a big God of War fan. Well, classic God of War, I don't really care for the new one. But in God of War Ascension, you had to get Kratos angry before you could use his, like, traditional moveset. And I didn't really care for that, because it's like, you know, if he has these moves, and just let me use the goddamn moves. And Balrog works that way, but I think Balrog is a lot less egregious, because it's all you have to do is land 10 hits, or you can just hold down square button in the feet mode, I guess. Kick mode, I should say. There you go. To heat up, and so it's not bad. It's I can't decide whether, like I said, yeah, I can't decide whether I actually do like it or think it's negative for the game. It's one of those things I'm sort of impartial on, I guess. But anyways, here's the Hell Judica, or Judeca, however you say it. I've mentioned a bit about this enemy before, but I wanted to wait till it got properly introduced. I think this is maybe the worst enemy in the game. And it's because it just teleports away from you all the time. And not only that, it can attack you out of a teleport, which you can read. Like, there is a tell for it, but it's very hard to see. See, right there, like luckily I parried him just out of luck, but if I wasn't already on the motorcycle driving at that other enemy, the Judica could have hit me right out of the teleport there, which is... I don't like it that much. I don't think that's right. And it just demonstrates the issue with a lot of the bad enemies in this game, which is they just run away from you, or more specifically, they teleport away from you. And I don't think that's a good enemy design for a game like Devil May Cry. I'm trying to think if there's an example, because I guess the blitzes, I'm one of the few blitz defenders, because at least you're supposed to soften up with ranged weapons anyways. And they tend to teleport a lot quicker and more closely towards you, I guess. Also smaller arenas for the most part. And they're usually by themselves is a big thing, unless you're playing Bloody Palace. But yeah. Yeah, the Judicas, they could have been balanced a bit better too, with maybe a bit less health. I think that's generally speaking the golden rule with a lot of these annoying high damage enemies in this game, is they could have been balanced a bit better with having less health. I think that would have made them more interesting too, especially with or not more interesting necessarily, but just more enjoyable, because especially with something like Proto-Angelo, their attacks are pretty simple to avoid. So once you figure out how to dodge and how to read his attacks, which like I said is pretty simple, then it's just a battle of attrition. So certainly make the player learn those attacks, but once they've learned it, it shouldn't take too long to dispatch them. And that's how I feel like most of the enemies are in the Devil May Cry series. But for whatever reason, these things, and a lot of the enemies in this game, don't play by your rules that you're used to. So I just tend to SDT them whenever I can. Let's see. What are the other weapons? Oh yeah, I mentioned, I already mentioned how I don't like that, that the Rebellion and Sparta swords get basically become useless after you unlock Devil Sword Dante. What I would have liked as a way to mitigate that is maybe give you the option to have, I guess, like weapon costumes, so to speak. So maybe you can use Devil Sword Dante with its properties, but throw on the Rebellion costume. So it looks like Rebellion, but it behaves like Devil Sword Dante. I think that would have been good. I don't really think that would have taken away from anything either. I personally don't see an issue with that, but maybe other people will disagree. That's okay. That's what the internet's made for, right? People, idiots like me, to give my opinion and then get told I'm wrong. But I fully accept a lot of these things. I consider myself pretty good at Devil May Cry, but I'm certainly no expert when it comes to all the mechanics. So I fully accept anyone who wants to refute my opinions on these things. That's totally fine. In fact, I encourage it. So I actually really enjoy the boss fight in this mission too. It's one of the highlights of the game, in my opinion. If it wasn't for Virgil, I might even say it's my favorite boss. It's hard to say whether I like this guy more than Cerberus, but he's a lot of fun. Or I guess she, should I say? Spoiler alert. But I also really like the cutscene introducing the fight with Dante talking shit like he always does. I think it's one of the few glimpses we get of not necessarily crazy Dante, but a bit more of a subdued, matured, crazy Dante from DMC4, which I'm always happy to see. I love DMC4 Dante and his crazy antics.
Oh, they're just gonna let me through. Boy, wouldn't that be... Is it Halloween already? That costume looks a little big. I thought you had better taste than that. How about I take it in a little?
Oh boy, Cavalier Angelo. Yeah, this is definitely a standout boss, and he has an appropriate amount of health, I'd say. Still more than most of the bosses in the old game have, or in the old games have, I should say. But definitely Definitely not as bad as a boss like Goliath, who just is a bit inflated. And the big, I don't know if I call it a gimmick, but the fun part about this boss is your ability to parry his attacks. I think that, like, it's not exactly hard to do. Like you saw, I was nailing them pretty consistently with Revolver there. They're not hard to do, but it's just satisfying. It's really satisfying, and sometimes that's all I want with the boss, is for it to be fun to fight, not necessarily challenging. Not to say this boss is a pushover. This boss can definitely mess you up if you're not paying attention, but he's definitely more of a fun boss than a hard boss, I'd say. And that's okay sometimes. Not everything has to, not everything in a game like this has to just destroy you, you know? Which may be an unpopular opinion, but I don't know. Sometimes those ups and downs difficulties do help, because then a boss that's a bit easier is going to make a boss like Virgil seem even harder. And Virgil is quite challenging, at least for me. I haven't quite learned how to fight him, but I'll obviously talk more about him later. Yeah, this boss has a pretty cool stun mechanic, and it's a lot easier to read than a lot of the other bosses, because he has his different levels of being lit up. Being lit up, I guess? I don't know how else to say it. But yeah, he'll be faintly lit if he's like in his mid-power range, or he'll be fully like exploding basically if he's super powerful. So I like that. It just makes it a lot easier to read him. And then when he does power up, it gives you a good opportunity to get some nice blows on him, which I definitely appreciate. Definitely appreciate. Looking for openings, very good. Yeah, a lot of these bosses you can get through pretty easily by just charging up your Sin Devil trigger and then using, obviously, Sin Devil trigger on them. And it's nice in some ways. It's a easy path to victory for people who are less experienced or less confident. This was like my third attempt at this mission. I was talking about how easy it is to S rank, but I kept dying to that Cavalier Angelo, or Proto-Angelo fight, I should say. So I was like, I just want to get this mission done. You know, fuck being fancy. Use the Sin Devil trigger. And there we go, finally got it done.
Like I took in a little too much. You okay?
I've been better. Dante, that demon is...
Don't even think about it. Just rest.
Dante!
Take care of Trish for me.
Dante, wait!
Dante's left.
Yes. And I don't think he can win.
What was that demon, V? Where did it come from? Urizen is not a demon. I know that for a fact because I'm from the underworld. My God. What are you then?
It doesn't matter. I'm a shadow of my former self who lost everything. I will tell you the story of my birth.
suffering defeat after defeat. That man's body was reaching its limit, breaking down. But he couldn't die yet. The man had a job that must be done. To defeat his twin brother.
Dante.
Heavy chain that does freeze my...
In order to defeat his younger brother, he could only do one thing with the crumbling flesh and feelings. He needed to separate man from devil with the strength of the Yamato. And eventually, the man became a true devil. I've tried to hold together my crumbling flesh with what little demonic power I have left, but I'm approaching my limit. In separating and regaining my human soul, I've realized the gravity of the crime I've committed. I've realized how important everything was. Everything I've thrown away in my pursuit of power.
Is that why you went to find Dante?
Yes. Foolish. I thought that maybe he could change maybe fix. Maybe right my wrong. Tell me. Was this fool before you, right?
I'm not your mommy, V. You're a big boy. And you need to see this through. Dante's war.
How's that for road rash?
Oh man, can I just say I love that cutscene introducing Cavalier, I guess. That is such a Dante cutscene. I absolutely love that. Speaking of Cavalier, I've been waiting for this mission to talk about it. I think it's such a good idea. I know that it's an idea that dates back to definitely DMC3. I want to say even DMC2 maybe. The idea of having Dante use a motorcycle as a weapon, and I gotta say, I'm very happy they went with that idea in this game. It plays unlike anything else that Dante has in his arsenal, or has ever had in his arsenal. It's a very slow-moving weapon. Well, I guess I should say its base speed is very slow, but it has its, I don't know what it's called, but it's rev-up mechanic, I guess? Which is when it glows blue. If you hit the attack button right there, then the next move in the attack, or the next move in the combo, I should say, comes out quicker and might even do more damage. Don't quote me on that. I don't know 100% about that. So it works, I guess, similar to the instant, or to the Exceed mechanic for Nero. And just in general, I think it's a very cool weapon. It sort of acts differently to any other weapon I can think of. You know, even I already talked about the how slow it is in comparison to a lot of his other weapons, but also the ability to stay in the air with it is very cool, and you're going to see me take advantage of that in this mission. If you've played this mission, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. And on that note, this is one of those missions that is either incredibly hard or incredibly easy to S-rank, depending on how you play it. To me, it's very easy to S-rank. This was actually one of the few Dante missions that was a first attempt in this recording session. And that's because if you play the mission as intended, it's incredibly long, and the longer a mission is, the more opportunities there are for your average style rank to lower. But the way I play it, I skip every single fight in this mission except for this fight here, one other one, and then we fight the boss fight. Now, I'm not a huge fan of this and the fact that the game, I don't want to say it forces you to do it, but if you want to get a high rank, there's really no reason to not do it this way. And I just wish that wasn't the case. I know I've harped on about it a bit already, but like, does it seem cool? Does it seem stylish to just run past all the enemies to avoid enemies at any and all costs? Because to me, that seems like the opposite of style. Like, I'm literally just at a loss for what they were thinking with this whole thing. And speaking of what they were thinking, I'm really curious if this skipping was intentional. Part of me thinks it is, because for one, it's so easy to do, especially with Cavalier, which you just so happen to get right before this mission starts. And also, Dante has a line later saying something about it's been a while since he's used his brain this much. And you know, part of you thinks it might just be the quote puzzle in this mission to get all the blood sacks destroyed and open up the path there. But that doesn't take a whole lot of thought, so that line almost makes me think that the intention is you'll skip these fights and that's what Dante's using his brain for. But if that's the case, then I don't know why that line plays even if you play the mission normally. So I don't know, I guess it's anybody's guess really whether this was an intentional way through this mission or not. I guess we'll never know, or maybe Itsuno has said so and I just don't know about it, who knows. In any case, I'm really glad that the skips like this, they don't patch, because my opinion on glitches in general, but especially skips like this, is as long as it doesn't hurt people who want to play it normally, then why take it out? You know, if you would rather play through this whole mission and not skip, then that's totally, like, you're totally allowed to do that, that's fine. But for me, I like to skip this mission, so I'm glad that they give us both the option to play how we like, and they don't take away the option for me to play the mission I like and keep your option in, you know? So that's one thing I gotta say that I really like about DMC in general. And it's their ability to leave in unintended gameplay quirks and stuff like that into this game, or into this series I should say, is really what's spawned so much of the complex combat mechanics that the game has. You know, it's a lot of stuff that the developers probably didn't intend, such as inertia in DMC4. I can't imagine the devs intended that to be a thing in the engine, because for one, I don't know how you could intentionally design that. It seems so complicated that it seems like it has to have come through accident, right? So I'm glad that they're willing to leave stuff like that in if it means that the players have more to experiment with. It's something that I think a lot of game developers should take as an example. Is that proper grammar? I don't know. I think I overthink my sentences too much when I'm doing this kind of thing, but yeah, it's sort of nature of the beast, I guess. This is also a really cool environment, I gotta say. And I guess I haven't mentioned yet the blood effects. I actually think they're pretty cool. I remember I was concerned in the initial trailer, like the initial E3 announcement trailer, seeing all the blood everywhere. I thought that they were going to try to make this a bit too, you know, gritty, like the original God of War. Or I don't know if gritty is the right word, but too gory, a bit of a gore fest like the original God of War games, which I am a fan of, like I already said, but I didn't think it would fit Devil May Cry. But as it stands, as it stands, I think it's pretty cool. It's a nice little effect. I don't really have anything more to say about that. It's just a cool effect. That's just about it. But yeah, see, if you're unfamiliar with the skips and you just saw me do that, I'm probably blowing your mind right now. Hopefully relieving you to show you just how easy it is to get through this mission easily. Or maybe you think I'm a bitch for skipping the majority of this mission. You know, that's totally up to you. I understand both perspectives. How would you know that, Dante? Yeah. You know what? Yeah, see, there's the line. But one thing I'm curious about too is, like, is this how you always had to go home? Because that seems like a lot of effort to go on a grocery shopping trip, I gotta be honest. But, you know, whatever. One of those things that, I really wish the world of DMC was a bit more fleshed out, because I know that myself and lots of other people have lots of interest in it. I know there's lots of prequel novels, which I should get on reading, but I think a lot of them are only in Japanese, which is a shame. I think there's a few at least that are in English. I should probably look out for those, because I'd love to read those. I really do enjoy, I'll harp on about it probably more later, but I really enjoy the way this game explores Dante's past.
There you are. Hey, what's wrong with you? Hey! Hey, Dante!
The demonic power was activated in me once, when Virgil lovingly jammed this through my chest. I always wondered, why did my father give me the rebellion?
Okay, what are you muttering?
Over the years, I've been stabbed and jabbed by a number of things. But who would have ever guessed?
Have you lost your mind? There's a demon to destroy! Kill yourself later! I'll help!
If Yamato can separate man from devil, what about the rebellion?
Wow. You are absorbing the Sparta!
Dante.
Alright, so here's our initial plot reveal of both Devil Sword Dante and the Sin Devil Trigger form. And now, as much as I talk shit about the forced loss encounters with Urizen earlier, and I still do think that they're a bad design decision overall, it does make this first intentional win, I should say, that much more satisfying. And it makes Sin Devil Trigger, I should say, feel that much more powerful. And as for Devil Sword Dante, actually, before I get to that, just a little pet peeve I've always had with this story is from what I have to imagine is a influence from the reboot. For some reason, they call Yamato and Rebellion the Yamato and the Rebellion, which, because I don't think they ever did that in the original games before the reboot, so it's not a huge deal, but it just always bothered me. Like no, it's just Yamato and it's just Rebellion. Unless I'm misremembering, but it isn't a big deal, like I said, but it's just a little pet peeve of mine about this game. What was I saying? Oh yeah, Devil Sword Dante. So Devil Sword Dante is really cool. It's something that I know that personally I never really considered. And probably a lot of fans are the same way as me, because obviously we all knew about obviously we all knew how Devil Arms worked. You know, Sparta is used his demonic energy to make the Sparta sword. And then every other weapon, for the most part, that Dante has is from a demon. But I know that I had never considered the fact that Dante could be a devil arm himself. And to me, that, I don't know if it's intentional or not, but there's sort of a debate amongst the fans on how powerful Dante is in comparison to other beings in the universe, and that being Sparta especially. And I think that sort of confirms that Dante is at least on the level of Sparta's power, if not above him. I would argue above him, because Dante not only beat, because Dante beat Mundus, which I guess Sparta also did, but Dante beat Mundus, and then Virgil here, or Urizen I should say, beat Dante, and then Dante beats Urizen. So if you do some weird algebraic scaling, I guess, then that would make Dante more powerful. In the end, it doesn't matter, but the weeb inside me likes to have a weird power scaling going on in my head. But yeah, there's not really much to this fight. There's this stupid crystal, which I hate, and I know lots of people hate it. I don't remember if I've harped on the crystal or not, but it's just, it's an annoyance. It shouldn't be something you have to deal with in order to actually do damage to the boss, at least I don't think so. It just goes back to Sanctus's weird, shield that he has in DMC4 that is just unnecessary. But at least with Sanctus, the shield was pretty quick to kill, and once you got in there, you could do a lot of damage to him very quickly. I really wish that there was some good ways. I think I already talked about this part actually, where I wish that, say for example, if you launched the meteor back at him, maybe that was a way to do a lot of damage to the crystal really quick, or you know, something like that. I think could have really mitigated that issue. But in the end, it's not that bad. And there's Urizen. Urizen Part 1, I should say.
All this time, and you still don't get it.
It is you who does not understand. It has begun.
What's happening? Bad news! Gotta go now! That houseplant is pissed off!
The Cloudfog is revealed in its entirety. This inconvenience matters not.
Well, looks like no one's worse for wear. I'm just gonna double check.
Hey, where'd that garbage god go? What is Urizen after?
He's at the top of the Qliphoth.
It's the other way around, Dante. This is the lowest level of the Qliphod's upper echelon. Human blood is the source of demon's power. The fruit born through the Qliphod is even more dense than the blood that created it. Its power is unparalleled. Even the almighty Mundus used it to become king of the underworld. Avid told me everything.
Yeah, well, that's a lovely story and all, but as long as we know where to find him.
Whoa, you are the infamous Dante. I'm Nicoletta Goldstein. Sound familiar? My grandmother is Nell Goldstein, the gunsmith that made all your fancy weapons that you got strapped back there. Yeah, there she is.
You don't much look like her.
Yeah, I got my looks from my daddy. That's about all I got from him. But based on his research, I managed to cobble this. Consider it a gift in honor of us finally meeting. Meeting.
I'll take that.
Dante, I'm gonna go too.
Why don't you sit this one out?
Oh, let you call me dead weight again? No thanks. I've got all the power I need. Right here.
You don't understand. It's not what I mean.
Let him go, Dante. Time is a luxury that we can no longer afford. We must chase after him post-haste.
What? Does that mean you're going too?
I have a duty to see this through.
Well, that's all you had to say, Mr. Poetry. I'm gonna go my way, and you guys can go yours. Let's just say that's the best for the cause.
Hi, Rosal. Take a look.
Oh man, so much to talk about in such a short mission. First of all, I gotta say, as much as I love Crazy Dante, I think the Michael Jackson dance is a little too over the top for me, I gotta be honest. I think it's the literal spotlights that show up and the fact that he's doing it in front of people. You know, I think that's why the flamenco dance in DMC4 I like so much, is he's just by himself, so it really is him just doing it for himself, which is kind of hilarious. But anyways, here we are introduced to the, I don't even know how to pronounce it, the Lusacia? Is that what it was? I don't know. And this is the second worst enemy in my opinion. I don't care for these things. They're very similar to the Judecas, in which they just teleport away from you all the time. They have a whole lot of health, and they have a really massive damage output too if they hit you right. And it all spells for not a good time. And similar to the Judekas, even if you get them stunned, they'll still teleport away, which is annoying. To me, if you have an enemy stunned and you're juggling them, they should not be able to teleport away from you. That seems kind of bullshit to me, I gotta be honest. But anyways, here we are, mission 13. This is the really big, the big gimmick mission in this game. It's a nice little co-op mission, basically. And I picked Nero for this just because I feel the most comfortable with Nero. I feel out of all the characters, other than Virgil, I think I'm the best with Virgil in this game, but out of all the can't even talk. Out of all the main characters, I think I'm the best with Nero. But yeah, the co-op idea for this mission is really, really cool, I gotta say. I wish it was used a bit more, and more than that, I wish there was some proper matchmaking so that you could maybe like play this mission with your friends. You know, you could invite them into your mission or something like that. That'd be really cool. And even more than that, I know I'm not the first person to mention this, but I really wish that Bloody Palace had a co-op mode. None of my friends play these games, so it doesn't really affect me that much. But I know that there's some people that would get a lot of enjoyment out of co-op Bloody Palace, or even just more co-op missions like this. Especially, yeah, if you did have the option to actually invite your friends and it wasn't totally random. But overall, yeah, I'm glad that's in here in general. And to me, I'm hoping that's more of a proof of concept than anything, and hopefully it'll be expanded on in a DMC6 if DMC6 ever comes out. You know, it's really hard to say because this game was so successful, but at the same time, it feels like it's sort of a conclusion to the DMC series. So who really knows what's gonna happen with this series? I'd be okay with more DMC games, but I'd also be okay with if this was the last one, because this game did turn out so good, both gameplay wise and story wise, that I'd be totally okay if this was the end. But obviously, I'll play any DMC game that comes out. Well, other than a sequel to the reboot, I would probably not play that. I'd play it for the memes, actually. I'd totally play it just to make fun of it, but whew, getting sidetracked a bit here. This is a really fun mission. Really fun mission. And it's sort of lame because I don't think, like, I see I have someone in my lobby here, but I don't think they... Oh, are they on? Yeah, they're there. Okay, so good. This mission really clicks when you have all three characters together and you're all kicking ass. That's when this mission just feels the best. But it's kind of rare that happens, both because, like, not everybody's gonna be playing this mission. I think difficulty probably separates people as well. Obviously matchmaking is a thing, internet location, everything. So it's kind of rare that you'll have all three of you, or all three of the characters in, I'll say. But when you do, it really clicks and it's really something special. The actual combat encounters are cool too. This is a good mission to just farm red orbs if you want to. Especially as Dante, you just mash circle with Gunslinger with Faust, and you can get like 1,000,000 orbs per run of this mission. It's absolutely insane. But I do think that it was a good choice to make this. Again, who knows whether it's intentional or not? Who knows what's intentional with the stylish system and not? But luckily, this is a really easy one to get the stylish ranking on, which I think is a good move, because if this was difficult to get enough points to S rank, then I think it would just cause more frustration than anything, because, you know, you'll spawn in and then maybe the person that spawns in with you takes all your kills and you don't get any stylish points, and that would just cause a bit more frustration towards the mechanic than actual enjoyment. And I do think overall it's an enjoyable mechanic. It's really cool. And I guess if you really didn't like it for whatever reason, you can disconnect from the internet, which is a bit of a hassle, but you can do it. It's fine. Yeah, you know, I thought I wasn't gonna have enough time to cover everything that I wanted to this mission, but I think I did. Yeah, that enemy, don't care for it. Cutscene, cool, but a little over the top. Co-op's fun. Wish Bloody Palace was co-op mode. You know, it would actually be kind of cool too if Bloody Palace played a bit more like this, where instead of loading you to a new mission, you dropped down the floor or something like that. I don't know. I'm just sort of spitballing here, but something like that might have been cool. Who knows, though? Who knows? Could have also been really annoying. I really didn't care for the fact that Bloody Palace came out later. Like, at least it was free, but I wish it was in the game from the launch. That would have been nice, but whatever.
Looks like we still got a long ways to go.
Alright, so mission 14, also the last mission that we play as V, or play with V as, I don't know, you know what I'm talking about, but unfortunately this is one of the few missions where we cannot escape modern game design, and we have a forced walking section. It's not that long, it's not too bad, but goddamn, we were so close, Itsuno, come on. But yeah, at least it doesn't last too long, and overall, there's not many annoyances like this in the game, which I think is a miracle in a day and age where God of War turns into The Last of Us. Still better than The Last of Us 2, though. Alright, so this mission is actually really cool. It's probably V's best mission, even though it is one of the more annoying ones to get rank for as him. But it's a very cool idea, forcing the player to pick between which familiar you want the most. However, it does represent some of the problems with Hell in Hell mode when playing as V in this game. If you're not familiar with Hell in Hell mode, the idea is that you die in one hit. You die in one hit, but you have 3 gold orbs that you can use throughout the mission, so it's technically 3 hits and then you have to restart the mission. However, that also carries over to V's pets. So that means each of his pets, well, other than Nightmare, of course, but each of his pets are going to die in one hit. So, you know, doing this on Hell in Hell means that if Griffin here gets hit once, then you have to wait for him to get revived. And luckily, especially on this boss here, on Artemis, the cane does quite a bit of damage if you start smacking her with it. And I don't remember if I do end up doing that here. This actually took quite a few attempts to get, so I was probably playing it a bit safer. Oh yeah, there I go. Yeah, see, look at that. That's a decent amount of damage. And if you're playing on a lower difficulty like Devil Hunter, or even Son of Sparta, then definitely smack away with the cane. There's no reason not to. But yeah, like I said, I was trying to be a bit careful. So yeah, Hell in Hell as V is a little frustrating. Luckily, Nightmare does not die in one hit, because, I mean, he doesn't have health. He's invincible as long as the devil gauge, or devil trigger gauge is not empty. But having your pets die in one hit is a little too cruel, even for Hell in Hell, in my opinion. It's a little much. I do think overall, though, for the other characters, Hell in Hell is balanced a lot better in this game. Because Hell in Hell should be harder than Dante Must Die, in my opinion. And in DMC4, I wouldn't necessarily say it is. And the big reason for that is when you lose all your gold orbs in DMC4, at least from what I remember, it's been a while since I've done it, but from what I remember, you could restart from checkpoint. So, and the enemies, if again, I'm jumping the gun a bit here, but the enemy's health in Hell in Hell mode is equivalent to Son of Sparta health. So when you can restart from checkpoint, it basically just turns into a Hell in Hell mode, and if you got to Hell in Hell already, and by that I mean beat Dante Must Die, then doing a no-hit Son of Sparta run should not be the biggest challenge for you. So it just made it a bit easier. Whereas in this game, when you run out of your gold orbs, it restarts you from the beginning of the mission, which is very cruel, but I think it works. I don't know if it was a good idea to tie the achievement for getting all S's into getting the S's for Hell in Hell as well, because I don't know, it's that that's pretty cruel to me. But I guess you really do got to earn that that platinum trophy in this game. I'll if I remember, I'll show off my my score sheet at the end, because I for no real reason, I'm just proud of it. I got S's for every difficulty, and I got the achievement. My mind sort of melted here, but yeah, I do have all the achievements in this game. Which I'm glad I did that, because I didn't. There was quite a few achievements that I hadn't quite mopped up yet when I did my DMC4 commentary, and I'm really glad that I ended up going and getting all the achievements, because it really forced me to understand the game mechanics in DMC5 quite a bit more than I had. They're not quite as deep, obviously, as DMC4, but it definitely gave me more appreciation for this game than I had, because I did like it. You know, I've talked a lot of shit in this video, and I talked a lot more in DMC4. So I always have liked this game, but I definitely have more appreciation for it after forcing myself to really learn everything, get those achievements. Oh yeah, back to Hell in Hell, though. I sort of got sidetracked. One thing that I think is a little unfair regarding rank is if you use all your gold orbs, then it gives you a really bad score penalty. Like, I think it halves your stylish points to do a triple revive. And I don't know, that doesn't seem fair to me. Like, it seems like if you make it through the mission, then it should count you as making it through the mission. Whereas, as it is, if you're going for rank on Hell in Hell, if you get hit more than twice, then just restart the mission, because there's no way you're getting the S rank unless you're like a god at this game and you're somehow getting enough stylish points. But if you're god at the game, then you probably don't get hit at all, so, you know. But yep, there's that mission. Oh yeah, and I guess I sort of got sidetracked again. Goddamn, mind is everywhere today. But the reason why this mission is kind of bullshit on Hell in Hell is because of the fact that you can only have one familiar at a time. So yeah, for example, in that fight, if Griffin had got hit, then I would just have to wait for him to respawn, and then he'd probably just get hit right away again, and it's no fun. I really don't think that one-hit property should have carried over to his familiars. I think that's a bit much. Now, to me, having V do the boss rush in this game and doing it in the manner that he does it is sort of or it seems to me like it's an attempt to keep the boss rush in for tradition's sake, while at the same time trying to differentiate it a bit. And I do appreciate that goal, don't get me wrong. That being said, I do think boss rush would have been much more enjoyable had it been playable as different characters. Because this mission is a lot more enjoyable when playing as Virgil, as is all of V's missions, to be fair. But yeah, and I also really wish that that there was an actual boss rush mode in the game. I think you can probably get it through mods, but you know, like always, official support is always better than a mod, at least in my opinion. Now, luckily, this is somewhat mitigated by the fact that you can replay Bloody Palace stages, so you can go in and do bosses that way. But not every single boss is in Bloody Palace. Most of them are, most of the worthwhile ones, but it would have been nice if every single boss in the game was had its own dedicated boss rush mode. That would have been pretty cool. I know I'd probably played that more than the main game, to be honest, especially because I need to practice these bosses more, because I think I'd come to appreciate them more if I did get to practice them a bit more and really learn their weaknesses and how to deal more damage quicker. But whatever, that's what I have to say about that. And really, again, I talked about this earlier in the video, but If they had let you, maybe after you beat Hell in Hell mode, play through every single mission again as whatever character you wanted, that would have been really incredible. And here's Goliath again, but so the bosses in this mission have less health than their original encounters, but Goliath still, like, holy shit, he has so much health still, especially once he devil triggers, and he does this charge move that's very difficult to dodge. And I guess that's going to bring me into a complaint that I'm surprised I haven't touched on yet as V. I think I may, or sorry, what I mean to say is I don't think I have, which really surprises me. And there, right there, that demonstrated it. So when you're charging up, a shot like that with Griffin, and then if you double jump, either on purpose or by accident, I do it a lot of times by accident, then it cancels that charge. And I really don't like that. I really wish that the charge carried over to your double jumps. And sort of the same thing happens with Shadow. Though I don't think there's any charge moves as Shadow, but sometimes you'll be attacking and accidentally dodge to the side, and then he gets pulled over towards you. And I'm familiar with that a lot of people use this as sort of a tactic to get them out of harm's way. I kind of wish there was a different way to do that, because like I said earlier, I'm pretty sure there's at least 1 or 2 unused buttons with V that could have really gone to better use as maybe a way to call your familiars back to you, or to retract them, I guess, you know, because before you enter combat they're not out and about, you have to press a button to get them out, so a button to maybe retract them like that would have gone a long way to giving you a bit more tactical advantage with them. But, that's okay. And you know what? I think... I'm trying to think. Have I not talked about V executing enemies yet? I don't remember if I have. I guess I'll talk about it just in case. I'd be surprised if I haven't, considering that's like the main gimmick behind V. The fact that his familiars cannot actually finish off the enemies, that V has to take him out. And I think that's I think it's an interesting design. I actually think it adds some more depth to his gameplay, because then you've got to be really careful about your choice to move in and execute versus sort of waiting for when it's safe, because you don't have iframes when you execute. At least for most of your executions, I think there might be some that you have iframes for, and certainly some sections within the animation are going to have iframes. But yeah, for the most part, it's a bit of a tactical decision. And yeah, look at that. That was a bare miss by Goliath. This is a scary move by him. If you get clipped by that, then that does a lot of damage, and that's really deadly on Hell in Hell. But you know, Hell in Hell is deadly. That's just all it comes down to. That spike move by Shadow is very useful. I highly recommend doing that. That's a back to forward square, or back to forward triangle, I guess, if you're using default controls. And here I use that special provocation, which is pretty cool. At least I think that's what it was. They seem a little unresponsive to me, both all the special taunts. Every time I try to use them, it seems very picky about whether it's going to actually do it or not. But maybe it's just me. Maybe I just don't know how to do it properly. But yeah, there's boss 2 out of 3. I wish, I don't know what I was about to say, because basically the train of thought that I just had that I'm not sure how to really approach is the boss order that you should take these in seems very obvious, at least to me. Like, it seems very obvious what bosses you should take first and what familiars you should free first. But maybe that's just me, and I wish that they had picked maybe some different bosses to make it a bit more ambiguous, I guess is the word I'd use. I'm just sort of talking out of my ass here. I don't know if people are going to agree with me on that, but to me it seems very obvious that you want your gun, essentially, to fight the flying enemy. You're going to want either Nightmare or Shadow for Goliath, and then, obviously, when it comes to this one, which most people are going to save for the end, you'll have all of them. So I don't know. Obviously, it's easy to be a backseat game designer, and when you're not actually in the business, let alone on the design team for this game. So rest assured, all these opinions, I'm more than willing to admit that I probably don't know what I'm talking about. So, and yeah, see right there, if I could consistently get Nightmare to do that laser attack, then I would much prefer playing as V. Or I would have more fun playing as V, I mean to say. Because I don't know if there is a way to get him to do that on command. Or why he sometimes decides he wants to do it and sometimes he won't. See, right there, he does it twice in a row in this mission. I don't think we've seen him do that at all, like, in any other point of the game here. And, like, I just wish there was a more consistent way to get him to do that. Is he gonna... Yeah, he's doing it a third time here. Like, why is he doing it now, but he hasn't done it the rest of the game? And look at that, that finishes him off. Like, holy shit. If anybody knows a way to consistently get him to do that laser, then please fill me in, because that's going to change the way I think about V. Because I know you can jump on Nightmare's back, and that does some, gives him some properties. I think you have a bit more control over him, and if... I haven't really experimented much with that. Maybe I should look into that. But I try to just avoid playing as V because I don't really care for him. And thankfully, like I said earlier, this is the last we're going to have to control him, so thank God. This whole mission, like, at least narrative-wise, is kind of dubious at best. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Because it's like, was that monster, or that demon, I should say, purposefully healing V, or was she not? Like, what the hell was going on there? I don't understand it, but... Oh well, like I said, this is a character-focused game, not so much a plot-focused game, and that's okay, you know. The games industry these days seems to be so obsessed with making narratives that quote-unquote rival cinema, and it just tends to come out all the same. You know, it's a lot of heavy-handed emotions, a lot of... it lacks subtlety. You know, for example, in God of War, you know, taking this from Matthew Matos's case study on that game. But the new God of War, Kratos goes to comfort Atreus and backs out twice in the course of an hour. So it's like, it's not even being subtle, it's just some emotions delivery system. The gameplay is stilted to increase, quote, immersion. And, like, I don't know, games just need to be more focused on being games. They need to focus on what makes the medium strong. That's why I think Dark Souls is so effective at that. Because they have good stories, but it's told in a way that is only able to be told through gameplay. And that's a conversation that deserves a lot more time to flesh out in a video not focused on DMC. Take a look at Matthew Matos's videos on Dark Souls, and there's probably so many other ones that talk about this, but... Yeah, long story short, I'm glad that DMC is embracing itself as a game, and it isn't trying to be a cinematic experience like the new God of War. God, I don't like that new direction for God of War, I gotta say.
If he reaches the fruit, it will all be over. Even Mundus failed to reign over the human world. Surely now he will not.
Malphas, no way can we handle her. We don't have the strength.
I know. But we must get through this. Somehow.
longer without a refill.
Hey, honey. Need assistance?
What the hell's your problem? You trying to kill me?
If you want a bitch, blame it on Lady. She's behind the wheel. Okay, enough with the suspense. What do you need?
Alright, final mission as Nero. Well, sort of the final mission as Nero. This is overall a pretty good one. It's really easy to get lost. There's lots of alternate paths to take, and I think I take the fastest one. It's just sort of the one that I always take, and I always take it just so I don't get lost, because I actually know where I'm going when I take this route, but it feels the fastest to me. I do like the idea of adding in some non-linear levels like this. I kind of wish that they had done this a bit more, though, in the city section, where it would probably be a bit easier for people to make their way through, because I know, at least for me in the Qliphoth, like, every corridor, everything looks the same to me. In the city, it would probably be a bit easier to not get lost. But maybe that's what they were going for. Maybe they wanted you to get lost. In which case, they did a damn good job of it, I gotta say. But what was I talking about? Oh yeah, I sort of, there was something I wanted to say too about those the enemy that got introduced in Mission 13. I already forgot the name of it. Those weird purple orb sorcerers that teleport around that I don't care for. I don't like that they're in the game, because the Baphomets to me are a much less annoying enemy that accomplishes pretty much the same thing that they do. To me, the Baphomet is pretty much a perfect contrast to how an enemy like that should be designed to how it shouldn't be designed, you know? So there's just no reason to have those other guys in, which I cannot remember the name of already, but whatever. Luckily they don't show up that much throughout the game, which is nice. I think we're only going to see them once more. I want to say once more in Mission 16, and then that'll probably be it for the game. So that's not too bad. That's just a few appearances. But yeah, I'll try to think of things to say about Nero, but for the most part, I think I've said what I want to say about Nero. So I guess I'll just direct some words to the audience of this video real quick, and anybody who's watched this far into the video, then thank you so much. It's it means a lot. You know, I'm a pretty small channel. I have less than 10 subscribers, but it's fun for me to make videos like this, and if people are watching and getting like any enjoyment out of it at all, then that really means a lot. Any feedback you give is obviously very appreciated, I should say. And also, let me know what kind of content, if anybody plans to stick around on my channel, anyone wants to become a regular viewer, let me know what kind of content you guys want to see, because doing this kind of stuff is very cool. It takes a lot of work, and I obviously can't put them out as that frequently. That being said, I really enjoy it, so if you want to see more stuff like this, then I'm more than willing to do that. Doing some of the live commentary, like playthrough stuff, it's very easy to make. And yeah, what was I trying to say? Very easy to make, so I can make a lot more of it very quickly. So if you want some of that, then let me know. And then what I could do is sort of somewhere in between, where I could do a post sort of thing like this, but split it up into videos. Say like instead of doing this in one huge video, I could do 20 videos, like one video per mission. Maybe do something like that, so then it's a bit more of a steady stream of content. I don't know. I'm really up for anything. If anyone has any suggestions, any requests, then let me know, because I am here to please the viewers. I'm here to have fun making videos, and if I can do that while also providing some entertainment to the people, then I'm all for it. It's a lot of fun making these YouTube videos. And like I said once more, thank you so much for watching this far, unless you just clicked a random point in the video and you got here. But I mean, even so, you clicked on the video, so thank you. Yeah, so running past this Fury, because I don't like fighting Fury. I've already talked about that. Oh. There's quite a few fights in this mission that you can run past, and it's an interestingly designed mission. I don't mind having more optional fights, but that being said, I'm gonna once again going back to the whole stylish rating system. I think a game like DMC4 would have benefited much more from more optional fights because the stylish point system lends itself more to it there. That being said, maybe that's the reason why it's not in there, because it would be way too easy to get rank if you just did every fight. Like, even if you D'd every single rank, then you'd probably end up with enough stylish points. So maybe there is a reason for it as it is. I don't really know, but I do think it could use some... Because I don't hate the idea, like I said, I don't hate the idea of having the average stylish point system ranked. But I do think it needs some improvement. And this is probably Nero's worst encounter in the whole game. First off, you have 1,000 of these little bats, and no matter how much you try to keep them off camera, you can only do so much because they're flying around at 1,000 miles per hour, right? And a lot of them are going to spawn, and they do a shocking amount of damage. Like, I think I'm going to get hit by one of the orange guys, or the big fiery guys, I should say, later. And yeah, they do a shocking amount of damage. And then once you get rid of all these guys, you get 2 Queen Impusas, which they're not bad, 'cause they're easy enough to fight, but they take a long time, so I could have gone for just one. Because it sort of goes back to that problem I said with, oh, what enemy was I talking about? Oh, the Proto-Angelos, I think, yeah. So it's similar to the Proto-Angelos, where once you learn how to fight them, it's not hard at all to not get hit by them. So once you learn how to tell their attacks and do damage, then it shouldn't take as long as it does take to take him out. That's my opinion anyways, but whatever. And another thing that I thought of earlier, or I think the other day I was thinking about this, I should say, is I was talking earlier about how much I really like the oh, did I ever finish my thoughts on that actually? On the Quadruple S? I don't remember if I finished what I was saying about the Quadruple S, but yeah, basically, just to summarize, I really like the Quadruple S because it rewards players for playing well with more damaging attacks, and I think it just adds a bit more incentive to get those higher stylish ranks. I think I already said that, but just in case. Now, I do wish that Nero and V had similar moves that took advantage of a high stylish ranking. I don't really know what it could be. Maybe for Nero, it could be you could use the breaker moves, like the hold down button that breaks your arm, like those moves. Use that without it breaking your devil arm. Maybe something like that. Maybe once you get to Triple S, you go into Devil Trigger, and then you don't have to hold it. You just tap the button, and then it does that, or something like that. Could be very cool. Or maybe something to do with his rev mechanic. Maybe when you're at Triple S, even just a regular Exceed will act as a max act. You know what I mean? Something like that, I think could have been very nice. As for V, I don't really know what you could do as V. Maybe that's how you bring in that laser move I was talking about. Maybe when you get to Triple S, if you hold down a button, then Nightmare automatically, or Nightmare will then go into that really powerful laser. Maybe something like that. I'm not really sure. If I did more thinking, I'm sure I could come up with some better ideas. But I definitely like the idea of having the style system involved in some way. Or maybe you could even introduce a mechanic similar to each of the, or sorry, introduce a mechanic that plays off of each character's character traits. You know, for example, stylish system works well for Dante because he loves to be stylish. And then Virgil has a similar system with his, I almost call it the motivation meter. But no, the focus, or focus? Is that what it, no, concentration, there you go. Yeah, so he has the concentration meter, which works, I guess, sort of similar to Quadruple S. So maybe Nero could have something that capitalizes on his character traits. Maybe he has a rage meter or something like that, since he's a bit more of an angry character. As for V, I don't really know what you could do for... Yeah, I'm sort of at a blank for V. Maybe he could have some offset of the concentration, or yeah, of concentration. Maybe something similar to that, and then that would unlock moves for Nightmare, maybe something like that. I'm not sure. If there is a eventual DMC6, I'd like to see them expand on that quadruple S idea, because I think the quadruple S is a brilliant idea, and yeah, like I said, the other characters could have either the exact same thing tied in somehow or something specific to their characters. I'd be fully okay with either of those things. That'd be interesting. Be interesting to see. Ugh. Is this the first time Nero's fought a Judica? I'm trying to think. I think this might be Nero's first encounter with the Judica in the game. That doesn't sound right, but I don't remember when else they show up in his missions. Well, either way, it doesn't really matter, but he definitely can deal with them easier. At least I find he can. Just because, at least when I play as him, I tend to be able to deal a bit more damage to the Judicas than I can with Dante. But like I said, I am a bit more competent as Nero than I am as Dante. And he seems to be able to stun them a lot more than Dante can, which I don't know what that's about. Damn. Well, I'm trying to think what else I've got. I wish I could remember what Devil Breaker got introduced this mission, but I don't, unfortunately. Maybe it was Ragtime, but I already talked about Ragtime. I think Ragtime's pretty cool. I find very little use for Ragtime's just like tap ability, but holding it down and breaking it is pretty good. Works like Quicksilver. And Quicksilver is good, but usually it's more beneficial to have something else. Quicksilver, I think, actually that's one of the reasons why I wish they brought Quicksilver back for this game, is because when you can only equip one style at a time in DMC3, there's very few times where you're probably going to want to equip Quicksilver. But being able to swap, I think Quicksilver would get a lot more use in these newer games. But maybe that's just me. Who knows? I find Nero's style ranking to be, or style meter, I should say, very inconsistent. I find sometimes when I'm varying up my attacks, I barely can get to the S, but other times he just randomly hits triple S for no reasons. It seems like when you do a lot of splash damage, or rather, if you get a lot of enemies in with the same hit, that tends to be what pushes his styling system, or styling rank higher, rather than varying up attacks, but that might just be my experience, I'm not too sure. So this next boss up here is going to be pretty cool. It's a pretty simple one, but it's definitely one of Nero's better bosses, I would say. Especially having V throwing down Devil Breakers to you is a neat little touch.
Feel a demon nearby. Get in my way and I'll crush you. Gotta pay attention, sweetheart.
Sparta's king. But you're nothing more than an empty shell with no power. You are as weak as your flesh. Human.
Hey, we're tougher than we look. But there's only one way to find out.
I will enjoy this.
So I have a few questions about that cutscene. For one, the boss mentions being Sparta's kin, and then something about being a weak human with weak human flesh, you know, whatever the hell. I wonder if she was talking about V in that instance, if she was sensing V and thought that Nero was V. Especially with Sparta's kin, she's probably senses that he's Virgil, but the other thing, too, is you'd think Nero would have some sort of reaction to being called Sparta's kin, since he clearly seems to think she's talking to him. And maybe she is, for all I know, but you'd think he'd have some sort of reaction to that, since as far as Nero knows at this point, he's not related to Sparta at all. And yeah, this boss is, like I said, it's probably Nero's best boss. She's still not exactly tough. She has an appropriate amount of health, though, is the big thing, and she does a lot more damage to you, so it makes the fight a bit more exciting. And her teleporting around the room is, it's done better than a lot of it could be. Because if she just teleported away from you all the time, that would be annoying. But for the most part, she's standing in one spot and does that, or she'll fully disappear and teleport around like you saw in the in her last cycle there, and then she'll pop up in the middle. So there's plenty of opportunity to do some damage to her, even though she does teleport around. So overall, this is a very positive boss design, I think. That being said, I think that this was my only death in my very first run of the game when I first got the game, which is embarrassing to look back on now, because now I find this boss very easy to fight, despite taking 2 bad hits earlier in this fight. But yeah, nowadays this boss is very easy for me, so I don't know how I managed to die to this on normal difficulty, but whatever, you know, it's just those things that you sort of tend to learn and get better at over time, so not everyone can be, even a good Devil May Cry player like I'd consider myself can sort of lose if they get a bit cocky. And that's what's great about these games is it's all about being cocky and being and showing off to the demons, I guess I'll say. But if you show off when you don't have the ability to, or if you try to overextend yourself, then they can end you pretty quickly, and I think that's fitting. You know, you're punished for trying to act in a way that you're not capable of, I guess is what I'm going for. And she's got some very nice grab animations. Certainly not the best that the bosses have in this game. I think Virgil has the best grab animations by far when you fight him as Nero, but spoiler alert, spoiler alerts. But this boss is satisfying. And I know that in 4 you could mash the Devil Breaker, or Devil Bringer button, I should say, and those grabs do more damage. I don't know if that's the case for this game. I always do it anyways, but I'd like to know if it actually does anything in this game for sure.
How you have so much power left?
You can come out now.
I guess I owe you one.
You should turn around. Your body's not gonna last much longer.
That I cannot do. I must go.
Damn it, V. Don't push yourself. You need some rest.
I must go to where Yorzin is.
Why? Why the hell
I
do you
beg
have
you. This is my last request.
Fine. Dante's definitely gonna beat us there.
No hard feelings, guys, but this is my gig. Trust me, Nero. This one's gonna be a little too much for you.
Alright, so this is probably my favorite mission as Dante. It's quite long, and there's quite a few routes you can take. Well, I don't know about quite a few, but definitely 2 different routes you can take through the mission. And it's pretty cool. I think the fights in it are generally pretty good. Also, I should mention, I think it was around this mission. It was getting pretty long in the day, because like I said, I recorded all of these, all these, the entire gameplay for this video, I should say, I recorded in one sitting, and it was starting to get a long day. So around this time, I decided to whip out the whiskey, poured myself a stiff one to finish off the night, and what a brilliant idea that was, Tyler. Right before you get to some of the hardest missions in Dante's part of the story, just start getting wasted. Yeah, that was a brilliant idea by me. And to top that off, this was my second attempt on this mission, not because I died and not because I failed the S rank, but because the game actually crashed for me. I was performing much more stylishly than I was here, and I was thinking to myself, even I'm like, this is too good to be true. There's no way this is gonna be my recorded version of this mission. Like, this is too good. The commentator's curse. It's gonna come back to bite me. I'm gonna die. But nope, I didn't die. The game crashed. So that's awesome. That is awesome. But whatever. So I think this recording, or this actual version of the mission I recorded, did not turn out to be quite as stylish, but at least I got the S rank. And yeah, this is another one of those ones where as long as you beat it, you'll basically have the S rank. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, and I guess on that note of the game crashing, I'm kind of shocked at how well these games run on PC, and I guess just run in general. Capcom, rather, I can't even talk. Let me start that sentence over. Capcom is very good at their quality control with stuff like that. At least in my experience, I haven't really had any of their games be an issue. Some of their games have some weird PC ports, like Resident Evil 5 is kind of a bitch to invite friends on PC, because it uses, or at least it used to use Games for Windows Live, so trying to do it without that, it kind of gets a bit confused. But for the most part, the games run really well on PC, and I gotta commend them for that. Those people at Capcom, they're a little underrated in terms of their optimization ability, I guess. I'm certainly no programmer, so I don't know what the proper terms would be, but yeah. Anyways. Oh yeah, is this the? Oh, never mind. There's a fight in this. There's a couple fights in this mission that are a little mean, I think. This one's pretty fun. I don't really care for these healing bugs. If they just healed the enemies, I'd actually think they'd be fun, because I'd probably leave them alive for a lot of fights just to extend the fight, because fighting in this game is fun. Obviously, that's why most people play these games. But they can do attacks to you, and I don't know. It would have been nice if they were just there to heal you, because again, it's one of those enemies where they're easy enough to take out. They're just an annoyance. So if you could just leave them be and let them heal, then I don't think that would take away from anything, because nobody's gonna die to those things. At least I don't think they are. At most, they're just gonna get a little annoyed by them. So I don't know. I think annoyances should be cut down on in games like this, and they should really take a look at why a certain enemy is challenging, or if they even are challenging, and if the challenge is worth frustrating the player, you know. But again, I don't design games, so maybe I am not thinking of something. Who knows? I'm fully willing to admit that's probably the case. Also, I talked a bit about Cerberus earlier, but I sort of neglected to mention its multiple elements, and that's one of the things that intimidated me away from using it at first. And but after I figured it out, I definitely like it a lot more. See, in case you don't know how it works either, when you just tap the melee button, it's always going to be frost attacks. You know, tap it, back forward tap, you know, forward tap, whatever. It's always frost attacks. Holding down either the square button or the circle button when you're on Swordmaster is going to turn it into the electric mode, and just tapping circle button while on Swordmaster is going to be using the fire mode. And I think that's really cool, and once you figure that out, it's very intuitive, because at first when I didn't know that, and it seemed like it was randomly switching seemed like it was almost randomly switching elements. I was very turned off by it. I was like, I can't deal with something so inconsistent. But once you learn its consistencies, it's really easy. And this here is the fight that crashed my game. And I was performing so well. I think I had no damage to up till this point on that version of the recording. But whatever, it's not too bad. And I couldn't be too mad at it because this mission does have one of Dante's best bosses. Probably... God, you know, I think I'm going to flip-flop here because I said that I think Cavalier Angelo's better, but I'm going to flip-flop. I think that this boss in this mission's actually better. And it's shocking to me that I think that because I remember I didn't really care for it that much when I first played the game. Mostly because I didn't know how I was supposed to fight it. But after learning how to fight him, I definitely have much more appreciation for him, and he's one of the ones that I consistently go back and fight in the Bloody Palace stage select that I was talking about earlier. Very fun. Definitely more fun than Impusa here. And it's at this point where I wonder if the devs are trolling you. They throw it in, and Queen Impusa and a behemoth in this tiny room, like are they just messing with us? I don't know. At least there's no Proto-Angelo. If there's a Proto-Angelo, that would have been very frustrating. But just the two of them, that's not that bad. I think, is this the... I think the next fight, so... Yeah, okay, so outside of Mission 18, I only used Faust here twice in this video. I use it here because this is a Judecca fight, and at this point in the night, I just did not feel like dealing with the Judecca. So, right there, screen clear. Yeah, I just didn't feel like dealing with the Judecca at that point, and it tanks your stylish ratings, which is why, if you're going for ranks, I would highly recommend against using it, unless you're planning on no damaging the mission. But if there's a certain encounter on a mission like this that's giving you issues, definitely feel free to do that. And well, it kind of depends, because to me it's not that stylish, like let alone, you know, don't even think about the stylish points, but just in general, like, terms of being stylish, I don't know how else to explain it. It's certainly not the coolest thing around, but for enemies that you don't like to fight, then I certainly won't judge you in any case for using it. Especially on Hell and Hell. Definitely on Hell and Hell, I won't judge you. I know I used it quite a bit on my Hell and Hell S rank run. Oh man, yeah, Cerberus. I can't believe I didn't use Cerberus for the longest time. Yeah, that's really cool. And I think that's it for this mission besides the boss. I'll talk more about the boss when we get to him, obviously, but yeah, he's very cool.
Onward and downward. Oh well, better get to it.
Only kings of the underworld may enter these gates. You shall not pass!
Oh, easy there, fella. Hey, I remember Stinky Little Pooch just like you.
You insult me, foul-scented creature!
Looks like your master's got you on a pretty short leash. Come on, little puppy. I'll take you out for a walk. Come on, let's go.
You have fought our king in the past, and I am king of the Cerberus tribe! They were weak, but we will feast on your flesh and gnaw on your bones!
You're the strongest in the litter. Looks like we're gonna need a bigger leash. Come.
Alright. King Cerberus. I remember in the... I don't remember... Yeah, he did show up in the trailers, that's right. And I was very concerned about his inclusion in the game before the game came out because I just felt like the fan service was going to become a bit too much with him in the game. And I still... I kind of lean that way, but at the same time, I don't really mind it. Especially now that, like I said, I have learned how to fight him. And this is the best way to fight him I've found, by the way. Just spam your Balrog punch mode there, Royal Guard, and then go into Quadruple S whenever you can. At least when he's in fire mode. When he's in the electric mode, I tend to just use up my Devil Trigger on him. And then he usually switches to ice mode. In ice mode, you can you're able to sort of do that to him as well when he's in ice mode. But yeah, electric mode, you're definitely going to want to do this to him. But overall, I think he's much better designed than the DMC3 counterpart. I know lots of people have hold the DMC3 version of this boss in high regard. Personally, I've never been a big fan of him. I like him for what he represents. He's fun. He's a fun interaction both in the story and as your first time playing the game. He's definitely both the literal and the metaphorical gatekeeper to the rest of the game. But as an actual fight, I've never been huge on him. But this fight, having him jump around the whole arena, it definitely adds a whole new element to the fight. And yeah, big fan of him. Big fan of him, I gotta say. And wasn't a big fan of him at first, but so yeah, this is weird though. Sometimes you just jump his attacks instead of guarding, and I don't know what the deal is there, but at least you don't take damage. It's shocking how safe this tactic is, just standing right in front of him as I take a hit, of course. But what was I had some more thoughts on him. Yeah, I guess one of the problems I had with him at first is he is similar to the rest of the bosses in that he has a whole lot of health. And I'm so used to bosses in DMC being able to be taken down quickly if you know what you're doing. So I remember I did the classic Dante maneuver of charging up Balrog and real impacting him over and over again, and that it's just not sustainable, really. Like, you'll take way too much damage doing that and eventually just die, but once you sort of accept the fact that you're not playing DMC4, you're playing DMC5, and the bosses in this game have a lot of health, then sort of change up your strategy accordingly, then it becomes a lot more enjoyable to fight this boss. Doesn't hold true for all the bosses, you know. I already talked a whole lot about Goliath, but something like Goliath that's just not fun to fight and also not hard to fight sort of is not a good addition to the game. But Cerberus here is a really good addition to the game. To me, I don't know if it's what the devs had in mind, but to me, it's like the devs saying, this is how we wanted to do the Cerberus fight. And yeah, I know I'm sort of repeating myself, but yeah, just overall, I really love this fight. And yeah, the strategy form that I use is yeah, just charge up your Sin Devil Trigger, do quadruple S's when you can, expend the gauge when you need to in electric mode, and eventually I'll probably do a release on him with my Royal Guard. I see it's all charged up. Every once in a while I try to get cheeky and do the Royal Release, which is, I think how it works is you do the release in the window that a move can be guarded. And if you nail it right, it does the damage quite a bit. I think it's only a 3-frame allowance for it. But if you can do it, it'll do a lot more damage. I've never been able to... I don't know if I've ever done a single successful Royal Release ever. Just because I'm not good at it. I do like... I haven't mentioned also, but I do like all the references he throws out to the old bosses. Like he just mentioned Burial there. So this is basically just a lot of the concentrated fan service right here. But like I said, I don't mind fan service. As long as it's not too egregious, I don't mind it at all. And I don't think it's too egregious in the game, even if I was concerned before the game came out. Oh my god, I'm taking a lot of hits here that I forgot I took. That's okay. And So, I guess I'll stop talking about this fight. I've already said enough. He's almost dead.
Guess I'm the first one here. I like that.
The truth is, I wanted to be protected and loved, but I was alone. My only choice was to survive.
V, you gotta rest.
Nero, I will tell you everything. There is no demon named Urizen. Only a man who threw away his humanity in an endless pursuit of power. He is Dante's older brother.
Dante's brother?
Yes. And his real name is Virgil.
Virgil. Hey, is that the damn fruit you've been jabbering about? Doesn't look so special to me. Yep. This is where it all started. That day Mother saved me and left you behind. The thing you don't know is, she tried to save you too. She kept searching and searching. Until I killed her.
I have no recollection of this tale, or this place. It's all an illusion, created by this extraordinary fruit. Its power, you see, is all I ever wanted. And with this, I will have everything!
No, brother. You don't have everything. That last shred of humanity that you still had, you just lost it.
That is nothing but the pitiful cries of those without strength. Come to me, brother. I shall enlighten you, Dante.
Alright, here we have the actual Urizen fight, and ironically enough, he's actually much easier here now that he's, even after he's, eaten the fruit than he has been in any of the other missions, but, right off the bat, this boss does something that I love to see anytime a boss in this game, reset my sentence there. Anytime a boss in this series does it, I love to see it, and that is, it has its own mission. I absolutely adore when bosses in this series take their own mission, because it makes it a lot easier to replay the fight, whether you want to practice them or whether you want to go for your ranks, you know, do no damage, do whatever challenges you want. It's there's just no downsides to giving bosses their own mission, and so big one-ups here to Urizen, and I actually really enjoy this fight. The fact that he doesn't have his stupid tentacles anymore makes him a lot more enjoyable. There's a lot less random shit that you have to dodge. It just makes it a bit more of a pure fight. It gets a little crazy near the end when he teleports away a bit too much and is throwing, you know, laser beams and everything at you. It gets to be a little much, in my opinion. But he's still overall a very enjoyable fight, I'd say. And another mission where as long as you beat it, you basically get the S rank. And I want to say the first time I got my S ranks for this mission, I even died here as well as mission 11, I think was the other one. I died here as well, and I ended up gold orbing, and I still got the S rank. So just more evidence to how broken this ranking system is, but I've harped on enough about that. I think I'll have more to say. I'll have some closing thoughts on it, I'm sure, next mission, because next mission's the big one. But yeah, this is a pretty pure fight, like I was saying. There's not much to complain about here. The final phase, like I said, is a little crazy for my taste. I wish there was a bit less going on, but overall, it's very enjoyable. Not as enjoyable as Mission 20 by any means, but definitely a fun fight nonetheless. And I gotta say, I really like the arena it takes place in, and I like the way it changes dynamically over the course of the fight. So I guess to go back to my Goliath, to when I was talking about Goliath, I guess this is the only other instance of the arena being dynamic. It's dynamic in a different way though than oh, you know what? I guess Cerberus is kind of dynamic too. Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, the dynamic in a different way. You know, this one it just the environment changes. It gets a bit darker as you go on. And I don't remember what channel it was I was watching, so please forgive me, but I was watching a video the other day talking about how the fruit is projecting an image that will tempt the person in front of them to take it. So in Virgil's case, a reminder of what he lost due to lacking power, that is his home and his family. It tempts him to eat it, very similar to how the One Ring will tempt people with power in the Lord of the Rings. And I think that's cool. It's something I didn't really put together the first time I played this game, and I quite like it. It's cool. Though that being said, the whole concept of the fruit, I don't know quite how I feel about it. I remember my initial response was that it was a little hokey, a little strange, but I've come around to it a bit. I think it's just hearing Urizen talk about, you know, oh, this extraordinary fruit is quite bizarre to me, but it's not a terrible idea or anything. It's decent. It works. It gets a job done. But yeah, there's Urizen.
They're brothers? Why are they fighting each other? To see one's justice through, a man must fight for it, even if the one who stands before him is his kin. That's ridiculous. The brothers of blood disagree on the very reason of their existence. They must fight.
Dante!
You're late. Just finishing up.
Is that really your brother?
I'm afraid so.
So he was behind all this. Your own flesh and blood.
Right again. In the last throes of defeat, I see. V, get back. Things are about to get really messy. No, please. Let me. I want to end this battle with my own hands. Do not struggle. For if you can't even defeat me, then you've already lost.
I will not lose. Not to Dante. I need power. More power.
I know. We are one and the same, you and I. But you've lost me, and I've lost you. Yet we are connected by that one feeling. While thy branches mix with mine, and our roots together join.
What is this?
Virgil. You got some pretty big cojones for coming back. Just don't know when to give up. Get out of my way, Nero!
Defeating you like this has no meaning.
Come on, Virgil. Let's do this.
Heal your wounds, Dante. Get strong. After that, we'll settle the matter. Thank you, Nero.
If that's your brother, what happened to V? He returned to himself. Go home, Nero. This doesn't concern you.
Like hell. I lost my right arm because of him!
This is not your fight. I need to stop him, and that's all that matters.
I'm not gonna let you have all the fun, Dante!
You don't get it.
Let me guess. I'm dead weight? Well, you can
That's
shove
not
it.
it, Nero.
What is it then?
He's your father!
What?
I had the feeling the first time I saw you, but I just wasn't sure. And then I saw how the Yamato reacted. And I was certain. He's your father. Now he needs an ass kicking. But I can't have you go kill your old man.
My father.
That day, if our positions were switched, would our fates be different? Would I have your life and you mine? Let's settle this. Dante.
What's happening now?
Oh god, I thought it was over.
This isn't good. We're gonna get dragged into this.
Dante, what happened?
My dumbass brother's back and I'm gonna rip him a new one.
Virgil's... How?
Dante! Made it for Lady and she paid for it, so consider it a rental. Hey, you can't just...
Okay, we'll take care of that later. Right now, you three get the hell out of here. I'm gonna go take care of old douchebag. Got a feeling this one's gonna be a doozy.
All right, mission 18. You too can S-trick this, or S-rank this mission with one simple trick, which I'll get more into after this introductory cutscene in a second here.
Was this your plan all along? Hey guys, where you been? I thought you went back into Virgil. You're gonna wish you did.
Oh, the wise guy Dante. We were spawned from Virgil's abominable thoughts. But you knew that already.
Come to think of it, I did know something was off. Just like with my old brother.
Well, we're merely the discarded thoughts from when he was Nilo Angelo. No longer bound in his consciousness. We're here now to kill you of our own free will. Liberated! And kill you we shall, Dante. Us, not Virgil.
Alright, so this mission is, in my opinion, the hardest mission in the game to S-rank. And for that reason, as well as the fact that I kind of wanted to show it off, I decided to use the Faust trick, which is basically just spam Faust on everything and no damage to the mission. It's that simple. You can do this for most of Dante's missions if you're willing to sink the cost of the red orbs. But it's not really that rewarding to do. I do it here because, like I said, it's easily the hardest mission to S-rank. And it's because it's... the only mandatory encounters in it are basically 3 mini-bosses and then the actual boss at the end. And there's just not enough room to really get your stylish ranking up. Obviously, it's doable because people do this, like, legit, but me, I've always had trouble with it, so I'm just going to use the Faust. And doing it with this method is... it might seem overpowered, and in many ways it is, but at the same time, there is a risk factor to it. You know, obviously it costs a lot of red orbs, and there's sort of a sunk cost to it. So, you know, for example, if you're using the Faust and you get to the end of the mission and you get hit, then you've just sunk like 1,000,000 red orbs into a mission that you didn't even end up getting the S rank for. And then even if you do get the S rank on first try, that's still a lot of red orbs it takes for most missions. Even this mission, which is pretty short in comparison if you skip all the optional encounters, I usually use up like 1.5 million red orbs, maybe more. I don't remember exactly. So there is a way it's bad. I still think it's a bit too easy to get your S ranks with Faust, but there is a certain level of balancing to it. So it's not as bad as it could be. Unfortunately, microtransactions are in this game, so if you're willing to spend real money on red orbs, and then you pretty much have unlimited ammo with the Faust. But I think the amount of real money for red orbs is pretty insane. I haven't looked at it myself, but I think it's pretty expensive with real money if you were to do it that way. So I don't really mind it. I do wish that the stylish or the rank system was like the old games, because if it was like the old games, then I don't think I'd have to do this to get the S rank, because you would have all the optional encounters you can do, of course, and just generally speaking, it would be easier to get your stylish points through these encounters as well. But whatever, I got to deal with what the system gives me, so that's okay. But anyways, here is the grand finale of this mission. The fight against Nightmare. I think this is actually a pretty cool design for a boss, because you can attack Nightmare himself, or you can attack Griffin and Shadow. You can either attack them right away or just dash around like I'm doing and wait for Nightmare to despawn, I guess. He goes like into his little orb form and leaves, and then you can attack Griffin and Shadow. And when you get Griffin and Shadow, when you kill them, then Nightmare has to heal them, and that uses up his own life bar. So healing up both of them from death, I think, does 1/4 of Nightmare's health bar, maybe more. I don't remember exactly. But yeah, here we go. I just unload on these guys, and I'm trying to keep Griffin off camera so he doesn't start an attack on me. But not successful there. So yeah, I don't really know what else to say about this mission. It's really frustrating to S rank. So if you're somebody who's S ranked this mission on DMD legit, then you have my respect, because I don't think it's something I could ever do, at least not without a lot of tries, and I just don't have the patience for it. And this is pretty funny here. This normally should end the mission, because you should, if you didn't waste your Devil Trigger like I did, you should have enough Devil Trigger to use your Devil Trigger, of course. And if you have your Devil Trigger on when you let go of this meteor onto Nightmare, it pretty much kills him, but I didn't have my Devil Trigger on, so he escaped. So I was getting pretty panicked at this point. I thought I was gonna get hit and lose the fight, but I end up jumping around and I managed to do it. And of course he does that on me in the boss fight when... but then I can never get him to do it myself when I'm V, but that's okay. I'm actually kind of glad this happened. It makes the fight... It certainly doesn't make the fight impressive by any means, because I still do just cheese the Faust, but it adds a bit more improv to it. And, I don't know, hopefully makes it a bit more entertaining. But luckily, once we're past this mission, mission 19 and 20 they're just absolutely fantastic. I'm really excited to talk about those two missions when we get there. But yeah, it's pretty much as simple as this for now. I'm just running around, waiting for. I actually don't remember how I end up dealing with this. I think I just repeat what I just did there, where once Nightmare leaves, I kill these guys again. I think I don't really remember. But yeah. Oh yeah, what he did, I guess I should talk about that. So what he did there, normally, if you do this method right, unlike I did, he should just die in the first cycle, but because I messed it up, he had an opportunity to heal there. And what you can do if you're playing this mission legit, there's certain routes that you can take out, which I didn't even know was optional until I learned about this route here. I always thought you had to take those routes out. But basically, if you take him out, then he isn't able to heal as much. And I think if you take all of them out, he can't heal at all. So I like that. Anytime games like this can introduce a bit of strategy outside the norm, then I think it's very cool, because it's kind of rare that happens in at least DMC. I obviously haven't played every single character actually came out there, so I can't say for sure, but it is rare that something like that happens for this series. So I'm pretty happy when something like that is included. And I was getting pretty panicked here, but thank God I managed to get it.
Should have known better. You got a good heart, but you're about as sharp as a marble.
Perhaps. But if you had even a little bit of trouble defeating us, imagine what Virgil can do to you. Go see for yourself. Us. This is our final fight. And the end of Virgil's nightmares. Godspeed, Dante. You'll need it.
Rest in peace, little chicken. It's been a bash.
Nero, jump in!
Where's Dante?
He's got this. We gotta go now.
So this guy Virgil, know him?
Vaguely, yes.
Dante said that guy's my father. What the hell's going on, Trish?
His logic is sound. I had a hunch myself.
This doesn't make any sense.
I know you hate Virgil, but you can't kill your own father.
It's true. You'd never recover from that. You saved us. You should be proud. Now you can put all this behind you.
No, stop the car!
No chance! After all this, are you insane?
Fine. I'll go by myself. Hey, Virgil! Your portal opening days are over. Give me the Amato.
If you want it, then you'll have to take it. But you already knew that.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
How many times have we fought?
Hard to say. It's the only memory I have of us since we were kids. Time to finish this, Virgil. Once and for all.
Alright, we're finally here. We're finally fighting Virgil. Now I gotta say, I'm pretty proud of this fight I got against him. Not necessarily because it's the best fight ever, but I was I was pretty well into the whiskey at this point. So the fact that I still pulled it off, I'm pretty happy with that. But yeah, he fights very similarly to how he fights in DMC3. That being said, this can be a very rather subjective opinion I have. I feel like this fight is not as good as the DMC3 counterpart, mostly because this fight feels a bit... I don't know if scripted is the right word. Constrained, maybe. It feels a bit less... I don't think I really have the words for it. Hopefully what I just said will demonstrate my point enough, but yeah, it just feels a bit more scripted, constrained. It feels like you don't have much freedom to fight him the way you want as you do in 3. That being said, he's a fantastic fight in this game, and I'm glad that he is still tough as nails as he was in DMC3. I was very happy when I first fought this this boss to see that, because as is the concern with every old game like this getting a modern entry, I'm always very concerned about them casualizing it, making it easy. Very glad they didn't do that here. And I don't mean to sound like some sort of difficulty elitist or anything, but with a series like this, that is sort of part of its identity, is that it's not meant to be easy, you know? It's meant to be very challenging, and getting through the game is decently easy, but S ranking it on Dante Must Die, you definitely need to have your skills. You need to have your skills put together. You need to know what you're doing. Yeah, and I think that it's a brilliant placement having this fight be mission 19, and I'll talk more about why once we get to the next mission here. But yeah, basically, yeah, love this fight. I'm using Royal Guard. Royal Guard is pretty much the easiest way to win this fight, and that's sort of what I mean by it's a bit more constrained, because if you want to fight this boss on DMD, unless you're literally god at this game, you're probably going to have to learn how to guard a lot of his attacks. Whereas in DMC3, you have a bit more option on how to beat him. Which, you know, I guess maybe I should take some of my own advice there and actually just get good at the game instead. But I don't know. It just feels a bit more approachable in DMC3 to fight him how you want. You still have to be very good at the game, obviously, but with this, Royal Guard is the obvious answer to almost everything. And it does a whole lot of damage to him when you get a fully charged release on him. I'm sure I'll let it go later, but... Yeah, and one thing I much prefer about this fight to the DMC3 fight is his time in Devil Trigger is limited. Whereas this fight on DMD in DMC3, definitely DMC3, maybe, or definitely, I'm mixing up all my acronyms here, but definitely on DMD, maybe on Very Hard as well, I don't remember. His time in Devil Trigger seemed to basically be unlimited, like you basically had to knock him out, otherwise he'd just hang out in there. So I like that his time is seemingly has a time limit on it here. This makes it feel a bit more balanced, because it didn't feel good in DMD when you... Or in DMC3, here I go again, messing up my acronyms. But it didn't feel any good in DMC3 when you would get him almost down or get a huge chunk of his health gone, and he would just go into oh my god. I need some coffee or something. I keep messing myself up. Maybe I need to lay off the coffee. But yeah, in DMC3, he would sometimes, when he was at like a chip of health left, he would go into Devil Trigger and just heal up to like 3/4 health or something, and it just didn't feel good, which is obviously the point, but I don't know. So yeah, there's some good, there's good and bad between the fights of this game and DMC3. Like I said, though, overall I think the DMC3 one's a bit better, but the arena you fight Virgil here is absolutely beautiful. I don't think you could ask for a better location to have the final fight of DMC5 take place. This is just incredible. And I'm really glad too to see that he has a lot of the same moves that he has in the DMC3 boss fight. And especially that move right there. He could do that in the DMC3 boss fight, but it wasn't until, at least unless I'm mistaken, it wasn't until this game playing as Virgil that you could actually use that while playing as Virgil, I guess, or repeat myself. So I'm glad they add that in. And unless I'm mistaken, like I said, I could be wrong about that, but sort of his helm splitter move as Yamato. And I think it looks really stylish. It's easy enough to just switch over to Force Edge in those other games to helm splitter, but it looks a lot more stylish using Yamato, I think. Maybe that's just me. I think this boss fight overall is better designed than, well, I don't know about better design, but it's more enjoyable to me than fighting Dante playing as Virgil. I was actually really surprised that they had Dante as the final boss fight in Virgil's campaign, because normally you would just fight Virgil again in DMC3. I think it's been a while since I've done a Virgil run of DMC3, but sort of lost my train of thought. Yeah, I don't find Dante super fun to fight against, though. Maybe that's just me. I find him a bit too unpredictable, and he royal guards everything, which is pretty frustrating and not super fun to deal with. I probably just need to get good at it, though, is the big solution. But yeah, Virgil, fantastic, fantastic. And it's nice, too, that SDT doesn't do too much damage to him. It does enough to make it worth it, but it doesn't do enough, at least on Dante Must Die difficulty, to make just farming SDT over and over again a viable strategy. At least for me, it never has been. So I'm glad about that, because that would have been pretty lame if you could trivialize him just with a Sin Devil trigger. And actually, he moves so fast, too. I have tried before to see if I could, just to meteor him to death with Faust, and he actually moves too fast for that to be a viable strategy. So I'm happy for that, too. That's a really good way to balance Faust for a mission like this, I think. Is just have them be way too fast for you to get any attacks off. You can use the just regular, like, gun firing mode with Faust on him, and that does a decent amount of damage, but still, you're going to want to fight him normally. And that's Virgil right there. Well, Mission 19 Virgil, anyways.
Nero is my son. Yeah, dumbass. You can't remember through that thick skull of yours?
Well, well. That was a long time ago.
I guess you were young once, too. As much as I'd love to hear that story, I think it's about time we
ended this.
Kyrie. When I was a kid, I was alone. You and Kratos were all I knew. And now all of a sudden I find out I have a family. What am I supposed to do with that?
You always know which path is right and which is wrong. There's no need to doubt yourself.
that's all I needed to hear. I have one last thing to take care of. Then I'm coming home. I couldn't protect Credo. To this day, I hate myself for not having enough strength. But this time is different. I swear! I'm not letting you die! This is curious.
Nero.
What form of power is this?
What the hell?
This ends right here.
Listen to me. I told you already. This is not your...
You listen, deadweight. I won't let you kill each other. There are other ways of settling your differences. I'm putting a stop to this sibling rivalry.
You came all this way just for that.
Virgil. V. Whatever you call yourself. Dante's not gonna die here. And neither are you. Do you have a problem with that?
Not gonna die my ass. Oh, that bitch slap nearly killed me.
If I beat Nero, then by default, I beat you. Agreed, Dante?
Whatever. I don't really care. I'm just gonna sit this one out.
When this is over, I'll make you submit. Father.
And here we have mission 20. Now, I think it's really genius having this mission, this fight, take place after Dante versus Virgil. Because I think most people are going to find Nero to be a lot easier to use against Virgil. I don't know why that is. I don't know if they purposely made him weaker or if Nero, just his playstyle, complements fighting Virgil better. But in any case, he's going to be a lot easier for most people as Nero. And so it's nice stress relief. You know, Mission 19 is the real final boss fight. This is stress relief for people who have finally beat him. Yeah, I think it works really well. That being said, it's really easy to beat him. Getting rank in this mission is weird. And I don't necessarily mean it's broken like I had to do with a lot of the other stuff. I just mean that it's weird. Because there are some fights I've done here where I have fought no differently and my style meter has sort of stayed the same as on my S rank runs, where I ended up getting an A. That sentence didn't really make any sense, hopefully you know what I'm getting at. But yeah, it seems like whether you get an A or an S is pretty arbitrary in this mission. So there's a lot less opportunity for style as compared to Dante's fight against him. But that being said, it's great. And look at this. Look at that damage. That is incredible. That's it's just so cathartic after especially when you're first playing this game and you're probably getting your head bashed in by Virgil, to then just kick his ass as Nero, it's insane. And you don't even need to get up in his face. The gun, even in Devil Trigger, the amount of damage the gun does cancels out his health regen. It's absolutely insane. And yeah, I think it was a really good design decision, because then new players or old players alike who may be getting frustrated fighting Virgil, then you finish him off as Nero, and so you're going to leave the game overall happy as opposed to frustrated if the Mission 19 were to be the last fight. So yeah, I think it's a brilliant decision. That's really all I have to say about it. And the introduction of Nero's Devil Trigger couldn't have been better executed, I don't think. Because I think everybody knew he was going to get it in this game. Like, it was undeniable. I mean, his theme is literally Devil Trigger. But the way it's handled, how it handles it sort of in a in media res style, in the same way that Dante Sin Devil Trigger is introduced. And then it goes back and shows Nero's perspective as it comes up. And then we didn't really see it because of the way I activated my Devil Trigger, but the first time you do it in-game, it has a big camera angle and it shows Nero and he flips Virgil off and he yells, "Fuck you," and it's incredible. I couldn't think of a better way to handle Nero's character. Really Nero's character in this game in general, but also the reveal of his Devil Trigger. I think it's flawless. One of the many things about this game that is flawless, even though I did tend to focus more on the flaws in this game. If only because I don't know, I feel like I really only see the positives get talked about in this game, so I wanted to offer a bit of a devil's advocate position. But I should clarify one more time in case it's not clear that I do absolutely adore this game, and I'm so glad that it came out, and I hope to see more of the series. If there is more to be shown, I guess, you know, I don't want them to force this series. I don't want them to run it into the ground if there isn't any more story to show, as in any more gameplay to add. If that's the case, then give me some remakes. I would love some remakes of the old games. But yeah, I think we're about to finish him off. Yeah, here we go. Perfect way to finish him off with a Buster. I love this animation. This is absolutely fantastic.
Interesting.
Oh, brother. You cut off your own son's arm for more power, and you still lost.
Enough, damn it! The underworld is taking over. We need to do something before it's too late.
He's right. We need to close that portal. Hey, you lost, so you better do what he says.
I can still fight. But if those roots continue to spread through town, it'll just interfere with our business.
Now, that's the smartest thing I've ever heard you say. Better hurry up. We still got a score to settle.
Evidently.
Wait! Where are you going?
We need to sever the Qliphoth roots from the underworld itself. Then we'll seal the portal with the Yamato.
Hang on. If you do that, you can't come back.
Why do you think I'm going? Somebody's got to keep an eye on your old man.
You can't just expect me to stay here while you both go.
It's because you're here we can go. We're trusting you with things on this side. Capiche?
Make haste, Dante.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, wait!
Take care, Nero. Adios.
I won't lose next time. Hold on to that until then.
in shock.
About what?
Duh. Your arm? Who the hell grows an arm back? It's just weird. It's like a lizard tail or something.
Look, I don't know, it just grew. I mean, are you kidding me? Lots of weird stuff happened. There were demons and scary plant roots and arms growing back. Lots of stuff.
Do you know how much love and care I put in that devil breaker?
Nope. This arm, it's nice.
So, how's it feel?
How's what feel?
Saving the man who killed your own father. Heard Dante killed Virgil once.
It doesn't matter. They're both gone now anyway.
It's okay to cry. If you want, Nero, over a loss.
Not cry.
It doesn't make you a crybaby. Does make you a little bitch, though.
There it is. You think I'm a demon?
I didn't cry when my asshole daddy died. But... yeah, I know. I wouldn't be here without him, that's a biological fact.
Right.
All I'm saying is, tough guy, it's okay to cry if you want.
I'm
Devils
not
cry.
crying.
Devils cry.
I'm not gonna
Kittens
cry.
cry.
Will you
Meow.
shut up? Will you
Puppies
stop
cry.
it? Look at you. You're nobody.
Why don't
Nobody's
you cry on my
crying, all
shoulder?
right? Stop
Come
saying
on, cry on
cry.
my shoulder. I know you
You
wanna.
say cry again. Devil may cry. Fuck.
You said it.
Hey, Kitty. Yeah, I'm coming home. Oh yeah, I don't want to spoil it, but I got a surprise for you.
Oh yeah, he's got a huge surprise.
You shut up! No, Kitty, not you. Nico, you know, and her big mouth. What the hell's your problem? Where'd you learn to drive? Hey, sorry, I gotta call you later. It's time to get back to work. Got an arm. I'm good.
It's a prototype, and this is the perfect place to test it out. Look, you're gonna use it, and it's
a work of art. Gotcha.
And it ain't complete without you.
Well, how sweet. Feels good.
You'll get fixed as soon as we get back.
So, devil's cry, huh? Let's hear what that sounds like!
So that was Devil May Cry 5, everybody. I hope you all enjoyed my video, and I'll spoil it right now. I do not get enough enemies for the bonus scene because I suck at this game, apparently. But, yeah, I think I've said everything I have to say, so, once again, thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you next time. Bye for now.
So all we gotta do is cut this thing down.
That's right. I'm more than capable of handling this on my own.
You're gonna need some help. And someone to keep an eye on you.
Useless pests. They must be ready to die.
Fine by me. Let's give them what they want.
Sluggish. Are you still wounded from your fight with Nero?
You want to talk?